Let's see. Yep, we are live. Alright, we have 10 people in. Actually, 6 now. Okay. Alright, guys, let's go ahead and get started. So, this is not the video. This is not the one. This is not the one that I am going to be making, is what I mean by that. Which will, I'm sure, have much more complete thoughts and just better deliver everything that I want to say about everything that's happened. I'm not sure what questions might have arisen already, but I was informed today that this video was sent out to the YouTube sphere. So after previewing here about, I don't know if it was like 10 minutes, I just heard so many lies. I was like, you know what? I have evidence in my hands that is good enough to debunk this right away. And I'm not gonna just sit here while this goes. I mean, it's got a couple hundred views here already, and some people commenting on it. Starting, this is a pattern, by the way. We'll go over what this is. These users, this is not their first time doing this, so this is what they like to do. So here we are to discuss the most recent attack, which is this video, which is commenting on my own video, which I posted, which is actually just a blatant. You know, let me just I guess give a little bit of background information as to what exactly is going on before we get into this. So this mod creator, TopazTK, was caught almost a year ago now, late November of last year, was caught blackmailing another user. That user came to me and showed me screenshots of him blackmailing them, and then he, at the time, just like vanished from the server and then popped back up like a month later like nothing had happened. And there were some issues that I immediately took with that, with the leadership of that server. Come to find out, they were in on it, and this is in the audio that I posted of Topaz talking. He's confessing to not only his involvement but the leadership of that server's involvement, and then also through other text messages, the leadership of that server, the main one in charge has, I guess Topaz actually started talking a bit more about it here. He's actually said more than I know about it, which is that there's some kind of nuclear option group that I didn't know the name of until literally watching this video just now a little bit. That I guess that's what they specialize in, is just starting hate servers and gathering information on people to try to, I don't know if the end goal is to dox them or what exactly it all is, but this is the group that he, I guess, was a part of. I've heard it different. I heard that Topaz, this is actually in a screenshot from another user, might as well name him, Vlad ABDF, current owner of OpenKH. It's said that he sent him this information by Topaz, that's what Topaz says, and that same person said that Topaz has created hate servers of his own against this same user. So it's a lot to like unpack in a single sentence before getting into this, but I feel a little bit of background knowledge is kind of necessary before diving into this, and I'm hoping my audio is good quality. This is my first time testing this mic, and also my first time revealing my voice on the channel in an official capacity. But we're gonna go over like all of the evidence that I just like started talking about in much greater detail here. But first, I want to see what this guy has to say, because this is his defense of blackmail. And again, I'm not just accusing him; he has fully confessed. This is not like I'm saying he did it and he's saying he didn't do it. This is him saying he did it and you should be fine with it. and the person he was doing it against is basically so bad that it's okay to have been blackmailing them, and he thinks that because they're a good person now is the logic why that he's presented of why he is not blackmailing them anymore. So by that logic, if they were still a bad person, he would still be blackmailing them, but because they're good now, it's okay. We're just supposed to just forget it ever happened, and that's what he's pitching here. So I'm gonna dive into this a little bit, and I will occasionally interrupt the nonsense with just some direct, cold hard evidence to debunk a lot of what's going on here. I haven't even gotten into the second half of this yet, so there's going to be some surprises, and this is as live and real and off the top as it gets, and there will be a longer video to come. So with that intro out of the way, sorry it's a bit scatterbrained, let's dive right into this, and hopefully my audio is good to go.
Hello everyone, Topaz here. I did not want to make this video. I still don't want to make this video.
He did want to make this video, just to be clear.
But seeing where things are headed, I feel like I have no other choice. This video is meant to show all of you just how horrible of a person Shinobi is. If you do not know, Shinobi is the name of a guy who is responsible of developing a quote-unquote remake under the name of Resaga, which aims to remake games under Kingdom Hearts 2. The games specifically being Recoded, 358 over 2 days, and Birth by Sleep. Some of you may say, Topaz, I've seen you complain about this guy, and I've seen this guy make some pretty hefty accusations against you. What gives? Well, let me tell you what gives. To give some context, there was a guy that I have known since 2016 that has been a sore pain in the butt in the Kingdom Hearts modding community. This guy would do some unsavory...
Okay, right now I'm gonna stop. This is the guy that he's talking about is the guy that he blackmailed. So this is his amp up. This is his justification right now for blackmailing the guy. That's what he's giving you. Is he was a pain in his butt or whatever he just said for years, and that's why it's okay that he's blackmailed. He's gonna get into all that. Let him go.
Actions that had a lot of phobia at the end of it. He was unstable, and he would constantly berate and insult everybody else in the modding community. From 2016 to 2024, this went on. And I have been in interactions with the guy because I was the one who introduced him to the community in the first place.
So it's his responsibility to just have these like unpleasant interactions with the guy. Is basically what he's claiming is that everyone just hates him. He's this horrible guy. He's still in the server somehow. He's still there despite all of this terrible behavior. I think he said, I don't know if he said it yet. I did hear him say it earlier, that he's had like upwards of 10 chances or something like that. Like he is just this this final boss of the server, and so somehow he's still there, and the hero. Our hero here is going to be Topaz, who maintains interactions with him, and that's what he calls the exchange of blackmail that's happened for the last, what I know to be over 3 years of different various material provided by different various users, which he attributes mostly to Vlad ABDF. However, he's saying that it went on, I don't know if he said 2014 or 2016 there. I think he said 2016 to 2024, I think he said. Which is about 8 years. That sounds right. That's about how long GuidingHeart. And I was going to keep his identity a secret, by the way. This guy is currently in my comment section defending Topaz right now, and so I've informed him already that that's not going to be the case anymore. I wanted to look out for him as a victim of blackmail and keep his identity a secret for a while. And in my previous video, I did actually redact his identity. He has since shown up in my comments. I mean, we can just pull this up here. He was in here on Halloween. I just posted something, and he was in here saying, "Happy Halloween to the most hated modder that there is." I don't know if it's this one. He's got like a bunch of them. You see a bunch of them in here. This is literally right now. These are my current notifications. This is today. And like a couple days ago, back to this is it. Look, happy Halloween to the most hated modder in the community, right there. And then this has been him. So I don't know if he's trying to earn some kind of token back to. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. This guy claims that he's forgiven him because he's a great person now, and that guy who once came to me with screenshots, and you know what? This will be our first instance. Go ahead and pull up the screenshots that he first came to me with. That's weird. If it would open. I don't know why it's saying it can't find it. I'm looking at it. 1 second. There we go. I just had to open it in the browser. Okay, fine. So this is him in November of last year. It says today on it, but it was in November. Stay in your lane. I have a 12.8 gigabyte folder on you. Also, I think he's posted a video to him saying "this you," and this is posted here, as we can see, by Vlad ABDF. Again, this is the guy that Topaz claims to get most of his blackmail on this guy from, and here he is, you know, addressing his gripes with that. And I'm trying to find. There is more to this screenshot. This got cut somehow. But there it is. This was what was first shown to me. This is what I initially had a really big problem with, because that guy that I just showed you here in my YouTube notifications, who's now all angry and everything, is the same guy that was here asking for my help at one point. And it's been really heartbreaking and really conflicting to have to decide, okay, do I even talk about who this person is? And this video, from what I've heard, I've heard Topaz refer to him as Person X. So I think Topaz actually went the route of not revealing who it is. But due to some of the comments that I received just today, we're not doing the secrecy on any of it anymore. I think everything is just going to be out there. But as you'll see on some of these screenshots, I did take the time to go in and redact his identity. So you'll see that. And then this is an important piece of information here. So, and you will see in a couple moments why. This is the largest argument, I think, which Topaz may make for himself, which is that I falsely accused him of pedophilia, which is just downright not the case. What I accused him of at one point was withholding pedophile allegations, which is what GuidingHeart told me this all was when I very first asked him what the heck this is all about. So this is the screenshot where he sends me what had just happened, where Topaz had just freshly blackmailed him, which I also have another set of screenshots about a different situation, which will be featured, I think, in the full video. I don't think I need to go off on that much of a tangent here, but it started because of an argument that happened in OpenKH. GuidingHeart stood up for me in that argument, and these are the texts that he received for standing up for me in the argument. So yes, let me just clarify, there was already a personal issue existing between Topaz and I, and this argument had been our most heated argument ever, and it was our only argument, I think, that it ever... actually, no, there was one other argument that took place in my server once, but other than that, this was our only other public argument that had taken place in OpenKH. He was furious because he was wrong also, and this guy stood up for me. He received this blackmail immediately after, within minutes, and brings it to me. This is our chat. of him bringing me the blackmail that I just showed you guys. And this is the more of it that he sent me, where it says, one more step out of line. Listen to these words, okay? Not only to stay in your lane, I have 12.8 gigabytes on you. One more step out of line will result in the total eradication of your reputation. I expect you to do better than this. I will terminate this discussion. I wish not to talk to you whenever possible. You lost that right. And here I am, just, you know, what does he have on you that could be so damning? And he says, right out, calls him a pedophile. And I'm like, it's fake blackmail, right? And this guy says, I don't know at this point. So I'm like, I don't know what anything is at this point. This is what I have been told. This is all the information that I had to work with at this point. So, as you will see here in the next couple of moments, he is going to ramp up into talking about how GuidingHeart was accused of pedophilia, and then he's going to claim that I somehow made some baseless claim out of nowhere that he was withholding pedophilic allegations, which to him I did say to release, or that would, by association, make him associated in a pedophilic thing, is what I was trying to say. I did scrunch that into a rather short statement, which could be twisted if you really wanted to try to perceive a defense route for him. You could say, oh, well, you said it was pedo allegations and it wasn't, which, by the way, that comes from a true story. Again, it was pedo allegations at one point. It was. That is a fact. What actually took place is, I guess some people cleared him of that, and now it's not nice to talk about. But it's not like the police cleared him of that. It's not like I wasn't even around on the scene when that happened. So personally, if they say it didn't happen, I am no person to step in and say yes it did. What I am here to say is that's what GuidingHeart literally told me he was being blackmailed about. That's what he said. That's what the guy being blackmailed literally told me. So, let's go ahead and, I guess, just continue this a little bit. I'm sure we'll get to everything eventually here. I don't want to get too scatterbrained.
Which haunted me for all these years to come. He was given not one, not two, not three, not four, but over 10 chances to redeem himself, in which he failed to do so. He would turn against his friends, he would berate others, and he would do more which I'm not going to speak in here. Until he has made a testimony, in which I saw not too long after. I have messaged him again, we have reconciled, and even though we are not on friend terms, we can at least speak to one another without being disgusted. But before the testimony, 10 individuals who were sick of his actions, including myself, made a group in the name of Nuclear Option, which had only one objective: gather as much proof of X's doings as possible and expose them to the world.
Okay, so I guess I got it a little bit wrong. I think I'm understanding this better now. So he and 10 other individuals. So it was a group effort here. That's important to remember, is that he's not as bad of a guy because it was a group thing. Okay, that 10 of them came together, formed a hate group known as Nuclear Option, a hate server, and basically drew as much negative information together as they could about the person, GuidingHeart, who we just spoke about, to hopefully then, I don't know what the end goal of that is. I don't know if it's to dox them. I don't know what the actual reasoning behind, I mean, maybe just to say a lot of bad things about them, prevent their, like, career or reputation from going anywhere. But, I mean, he does talk about eradicating reputations and whatnot, but I don't know if, I don't know any more than what he just said, basically, but that's the part I was talking about, and that's where he's first, I guess, re-confessing here to Blackmail. I'll play the other confession here in a minute.
I will admit, I have not been thinking straight.
Oh, really?
Within the years 2021 to 2023 for
You can say that again, bud.
A multitude of reasons. Those that know me close know the entire story. But I will just say,
I think what he means by that, let me just clarify, is that those who know him close, his refined affiliates mainly, and the people that literally choose to look past, all of these people choose to look straight past, they know, they're not dumb, they've been shown the evidence of what is. Like I have more evidence I will show of these specific users showing up in other places to describe to the world why they think my mods are bad, or why they think I'm a mean person, or why they think my prices are too high, or how they conspired together to say I stole a map from them. That's actually what my last and very first live stream was about, is because this guy and this guy colluded together to arrange a false theft and present it to the community as if I'd stolen from him. And then he's gonna cry about that as well. That's actually where I stopped, and I said I'm gonna chime in here. Again, we'll get to all that. It's kind of hard to react to this without giving more context first, because none of the issue has been talked about on the channel yet. But let's get further into it here.
I have grown as an individual, and I have tried to right my wrongs in every way possible. We have reconciled with Guy, and I have deleted all I had on nuclear option. And I have left the group, not completely, I will say that, because I had friends there in which I had no other DMs with. But I have said, I'm only staying here for acquaintances, so you can add me or whatever.
So he left, guys. He's gone from nuclear option. He left it, but he's also still there. So he didn't leave. So he left, but his account is still in there, technically, kinda, sorta. And it's only so that he can maintain acquaintances with the people that helped him blackmail before. Nuclear option. He is talking about this like this is normal guy stuff. Like we all just develop nuclear option servers and blackmail people and like act like internet tough guys about it. And then, he distances himself at the same time. It's mind-boggling. He'll distance himself from it at the same time by first stating he left and then saying he didn't leave completely because he wanted to keep the ties to the people that were helping him blackmail. So that's been established. Let's go ahead and move forward. I didn't know any of this until he just put this out there. Again, I don't know why he is cooking so hard. I'm gonna let him cook.
But I ask that everything that has to do with this guy keep me out of it. They have obliged, and I have access to nothing within nuclear option. I have threatened X with nuclear option before. He is well aware of it.
There it is.
But as I have said,
there it is. He has threatened X. Again, X being this person here, who is currently under some kind of pressure or influence or something that he should not be. I don't know if that's influence from here. I don't know if that's just influence of maybe drugs or something else. I don't know. But clearly, lots of influence. I mean, like, how many times do you see this profile picture scrolling through? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right there. So we'll just say we'll just say some kind of influence, and it's today. It's today that this is today's notifications that this person is doing this. So he did threaten X, that person, with nuclear option, is what TopazTK just said again. Just confessed to again. Is he threatened him? Use the word threatened even. He said loud and proud, I threatened him with nuclear option. That's what he just said. Let's continue.
I only had the intention of protecting the community, as Shinobi is supposedly trying to do now.
Okay, and there it is. That's the justification part, is to protect the community. So instead of getting rid of the user, instead of kicking him from the community, instead of telling him he's not welcome there, they need to instead keep him on a blackmail leash, which is what they instead opted to do. To protect the community, this is our hero. And now he's going to compare himself to me, because apparently I am not that protective by wanting to inform the community that this is even happening.
Well, let's see how protective of the community he truly is.
Let's see how protective I am.
He has been harassing and attacking me since about the end of 2023, if I remember correctly, maybe mid-2024. The memory is a little bit fuzzy in that regard.
Okay, let's unfuzz that memory, because that is completely wrong. I have I'll pull up the live chat so that people can see. He said, I started harassing him in the end of 2023, maybe 2024, but that's a year-long gap. Let me see where these DMs even are. He's very far down in my list. And he's blocked currently, so the harassed guy is the guy that is currently blocked. I will unblock him so I can show all of his messages, because otherwise we won't be able to see them. Let's see. Okay, so here is our chat history. I just pressed unblock, by the way. Just pressed it. This is our chat history, which actually started. Would you look at that? It started at the beginning of 2024. So there's no way that... here's an invite link from him. There's no way that I could have been harassing you at the beginning of 2024. That's kind of a crazy statement to make, the way you're sending me all of these things in my DMs when I'm available. Can I run him down on custom missions? This doesn't look like harassment at the end of 2023. Which I just want to, let's run that back one more time and just hear what he said exactly took place.
But I had all of my friends. Well, let's see how protective of the community he truly is. He has been harassing and attacking me since about the end of 2023, if I remember correctly, maybe mid-2024. The memory is a little bit fuzzy in that regard.
End of 2023 to mid-2024. So first of all, we showed the beginning of... we didn't talk at all in 2023. I didn't know this guy in 2023. And this is as we're talking about, like, collaborating on a bunch of stuff. Going into the beginning of 2024, we had some bit of a disagreement over this one texture for tutorial screens, which I thought I handled very professionally. He didn't handle very well at all. And there's more DMs, which I will happily get into here in a moment. I'm going to let him talk a bit about them first, and then I will give you my take on what happened there. But I just want to show, first of all, the timeline he's providing is absolutely not fuzzy. It is not ambiguous. It is just wrong. He is absolutely lying with his first statement about how we've interacted. And I just want that to be known.
God. But I had all of my friends harassed and myself attacked on multiple platforms, day and night.
Harassed and attacked day and night. I want that to ring a little more than... it probably will, because I think he actually says it 2 or 3 times, because he claims that I am actually harassing him day and night. When he actually, I will present proof of this shortly, commented on my YouTube video of his confession, daring me to post it on my main channel. Or not, maybe not daring me, maybe that's not the right word, but commenting, laughing, taunting, because I didn't post it on my main channel. Because honestly, the topics involved of blackmail and extortion are so heavy that I didn't want to risk my main channel right away. So I wanted to post something somewhere else. I wanted to let him and his group of refined people or whoever let their reports fly out, see what's going to happen, see if the account is even good anymore. And I'm sure they did their worst to that video. I mean, it looks horrible for them. So the fact that that's still up and that account is still up kind of gives me a little bit more of a green light, and I think I'm ready to make a bigger video involving all context here. But again, here we are early because I'm not willing to let something like this sit for more than a few hours without addressing this, because it's very serious. Some of the things he gets into here.
We had an argument in the modding server OpenKeyH, in which I choose to leave the community to not make any more bad decisions. I was the aggressor that time, and I have apologized to everybody involved. I tried to apologize to Shinobi, but he refused to open his DMs to me.
He did not. That is totally wrong. So again, let's go ahead and look at these DMs. So here I am explaining like how I need these tutorial screens, mocking up some drafts for him, and he keeps coming back with something else. And then there was even a time in like November last year. Yeah. So look, he was sending me this Days HD remake leak, the fake leak that happened. He was sending me this. This is way past mid 2024 at this point. This is November of 2024. This is literally 2 weeks before we had the argument. There was no harassment taking place in 2024. This is the last time we spoke, which was when he didn't want to do the thing, and then he left my server shortly after that. This is the last time that we spoke, and then he sent me this in November of 2024. So he's talking about 2023 as if it could even like possibly be a thing, and it's just so far from reality that that's the first thing I wanted to address. And then my DMs were open, so we had first in November, and this is me continuing to scroll through November. So anyway, there was, and I think the next messages are where it's going to get a bit hairy. I'm going to be honest, there are some mean things that I said, guys, and that is one of his main defenses. I'm going to show it all here. And actually, I think his version is going to be a little bit different than mine, because after finding out what I initially told you guys about it not, in fact, being related to the pedophilic thing that happened 3 years prior, I went back and I changed what I said because specifically of what they had said, and I'll show you some of the remarks that some of the moderation staff made, which were all focusing on the fact that apparently I made it about that, even though that's what I had been told from the person themselves. Again, this is what I was told by the person that was being blackmailed, is that the blackmail was calling them a pedophile. So, I didn't invent that. I didn't conjure that to hurt this guy. That was what was being discussed, because it unfortunately is something that did happen, only it happened, I guess, 2.5, 3 years prior to when this happened. So, it still happened, still was a thing. And I received a lot of immediate criticism for that thing alone, and that seems to be like one of his main defenses that he's clinging to is, oh, well, you said it was this, and it's not that, so you don't got me. And the thing is, he's still like openly confessing to blackmail. I think this is a real problem for our community, that a guy can be on YouTube with nearly 5K subs. By the way, thank you guys for 5K subs. We just hit 5K. We'll have a 5K sub special out soon. But near 5K subs, confessing openly to years worth of blackmail. Again. Not only did I post, he posted it for 30 minutes here. He's rambling about how he blackmailed somebody, and all of the other extortion things. I didn't even know about nuclear option until a half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago. Yeah, nice try in advance. I will go ahead and let him continue to incriminate himself, and I'll stop at his next live.
after I have rejoined the server, he began instigating. He began to make snarky comments, such as saying, "Oh, where's that project you were gonna do?"
I did.
Or,
I did. Hang on,
"Look,
look for this too.
he's back empty-handed." And I'd like to know what exactly are the rules moving forward. This was resolved very poorly and temporarily on the basis that one of us left to avoid punishment, basically. Everything he did in that space of time was to aggro me as much as possible, so I would attack, so I would say stuff, and I would be looked at unfavorably.
Okay, alright, we're gonna get into it. We're gonna actually get into it here. So, what started this was a... It's so silly, man. This is a Disney game for kids. This is so silly. I can't even believe I'm about to go through this, but I am. So, what started this whole thing is I found that there is a limit to how many FMVs you can put into the game. And because he was unfamiliar with that limit, he got immediately offended. I did not mean to offend anybody. In fact, I was going to the modding community asking for help to see if anybody else had ever reached this limit, because with a project like Days Final Mix, the whole reason I hit the limit is because I need to pack a ridiculous amount of FMVs into that thing. So after I hit, I don't know if the number was like 6, it might have been 64 even, I'm not sure, it was in the 60s for certain. I hit a limit, and so I went to the community and asked them, hey guys, has anyone else hit this? And the first thing this guy does, without knowing any better, is comes forth and demands that there is no limit. And, well, that made him look not very smart, because a few minutes later, I described the limit I was hitting, and he realized, he can't prove that there isn't a limit, because, he hasn't tested it on PS2. He then clarified that it was for PC and not PS2. We're getting into the nitty-gritty of the actual, modding argument, which to me it wasn't an argument, it was a learning experience. I wanted to grow the community with that knowledge, and I wanted to grow my own knowledge, hopefully, from the community. So, the fact that that wasn't able to happen is pretty sad, because I think everybody was turned off to the discussion, and I don't think there is a solution still to the FMV limit that exists, at least on PS2. I think the rest of the argument actually devolved out of me saying that it should be tested on PC to make sure that the same limit doesn't inherently exist. And that just, it blew up. It blew up. It was ugly. But it resulted in this guy, this is why I said he came back empty-handed, because on the last day he was there, he said he was going to rip off Days Final Mix, that he was going to do his own version and make it better than me. Not that he was just going to make his own separate thing. No. It was targeted at me. It was targeted at proving that I suck and that my modding is not good. I'll have to find the exact message. But he went back to his own server and relayed the message to all of his people that he's working on this Big Grand Days remake that's going to beat mine, and it was ridiculous. But it was also, he's been on the modding scene longer than me. He was the veteran in this scenario. I hadn't even been modding for barely a full year at the time. And this guy had been on the scene for 8 years, and he's telling me he's going to, take off with a project that I didn't let him put his certain mechanics he wanted to put into. Which is another thing, he started off the video by saying, I'm focused on PS2 compatibility. More or less, I do want to achieve true PS2 hardware compatibility, but more so trying to just get it working on PCSX2EX so that it's not locked to PC. Currently, you can play Days Final Mix on a Samsung phone. I'm assuming that would apply to most Android systems. I don't want to say Samsung Smart Fridge, but we have a joke going on in the development server that we're trying to get it compatible to be played on a Samsung Smart Fridge, and that is within reach. It's actually running right now on Aether SX2. So if we had gone his route on a lot of the things that he immediately wanted to do when we first met, that would not be possible. My project would be locked to PC 100%, and you can't go anywhere with that. It's it's not that, and I do plan on making a PC locked release that will use the full power of a PC system, but I want the core experience of Today's Final Mix to be transferable, uh, to play it on your phone if you want, or whatever console you want to emulate on, whatever retro console you want to rig up to emulate PS2 games, whatever it might be. Um, but I kind of lost the point of what I was saying. I was going to pull up some screenshots here, which I think is important, um, because yeah. So after the argument is when he went to GuidingHeart and did this. This is his reaction to that. Um, this is the behavior that I had a problem with. Not only the project thing, okay, it was also the blackmail thing. And in case he tries to make it it's a personal thing, this is me in private going to the owner of the server. This is before I knew anything about his involvement, and delivering all the evidence of the blackmail, and also of some of his refined people. I guess this is someone telling me that they were they called it a Discord cult. Their words, not mine. Um, Spreading. I told him it was spreading beyond the server. I told him that there was blackmail going on, and Vlad at that point told me he was with Topaz. But here's the thing: you have to remember the dynamic. Topaz left the server on his own. That's why in this screenshot I said one of us left to avoid punishment. I was talking about the fact that right after Topaz blackmailed GuidingHeart, he left OpenKH, and I was told by this guy that because he was already gone, that they were not going to do anything. I was also told, here, one moment. So, this is in November. This is the night that it happened. This is the same night that you can compare these minute timestamps if you want to go back and look at them. So it's within minutes. I have this information to the head of the server. It does nothing about it. Turns out, later on, we have Topaz literally confessing to this guy, giving him most of it. And here his explanation is, GuidingHeart is one of those bad eggs from years past. So because he's a bad egg, he wants him to stay in his server. He wants him to stay in this place and continue to be blackmailed, and he thinks he's justified. He said he does agree that Topaz should come forward, but that GH is no good sport. Whatever that's supposed to mean in a case where somebody is being blackmailed. So that is what actually happened. He's trying to say that when he returned, that it was all strictly personal. Okay, I can't find it right now. It'll be in the full video. This guy said that he was going to make a remake to beat mine, specifically to spite mine. He used the word spite. He said that he's going to do it out of spite to start some kind of contest with me. So, he's mystifying a lot of this. He returned very empty-handed, and when he left, he was the aggressor, by the way. He was deemed the aggressor. So everyone that just saw those messages that we had, he was deemed the aggressor by Vlad ABDF, the owner of the server, his friend, who blackmails with him. He was deemed aggressor by him. He was deemed aggressor by the other moderation that dealt with it, and he was deemed the aggressor by basically everybody that witnessed it, because he was the first one to insult me over PS2 FMVs. So he's absolutely right. He was deemed the aggressor there, and then he returned with no punishment whatsoever after having blackmailed a guy on the way out. Okay, so then I asked for what clarification of the rules was, because obviously you've put two people that never came to resolution back into the same social tank. One of them, from what I understand, is still blackmailing a person here, and that's what I was going to say, is out of respect for Vlad ABDF, the first messages that I sent were not, trying to blow up a big blackmail situation right there in OpenKH. I went back to Vlad privately, actually, on December 31st, which is when, or I think Topaz came back the 30th. After sending a couple of these messages, I received a mute. Actually, after sending this, just for this, I received a mute. And so the next talks that I had were with moderation, and the next things that they said, I'll go ahead and show that. In case anyone's wondering why I left OpenKH, this is exactly why. Okay, so this is what they kept saying. So get this. Last incident wasn't punished for. There was no punishment delivered for this last incident. Topaz left on his own. He came back on his own. I have those words given to me from Vlad himself. And this is when he came back. I went to the moderators, and this is I didn't share this publicly. I shared this privately. I went to the moderators, and I shared them this screenshot that I had already sent to Vlad, the owner of the server, a month before that I just showed. Just have a listen to this real fast. This is 3 users. This is myself. I'm extremely quiet in this recording. Topaz is going to be the loudest one. You'll know his voice from his other video that I had playing. And unfortunately, Disguster is in this video. He says a lot of slurs a lot. And I do not agree with that. I even told him in the longer extended cut of this same recording, I told him while we were having the call that I did not agree with that. It's not in this video, but I do want to let you guys know ahead of time, I am not the one slurring up a storm or, obviously confessing to blackmail. So I'm going to let this go ahead and play, and after it's done, I will be back probably within like 2 to 3 minutes tops, and we'll get right back into it.
And then you were like, yeah, well, I still get a 12 gigabyte folder on him.
Yes, of other things, like extorting a girl into a relationship.
What other things you have?
The things that he listed.
Okay,
he's
let me
them
start.
Voice now.
Extorting a trans girl into a relationship with threats of killing himself, anti-gay behavior, anti-gay behavior, extremely hateful behavior, coercing a disabled girl into a relationship with threats of killing himself.
Girl. I didn't
know
that.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that
another
trans
one.
Girl? Are you just saying
No,
no,
it's not the same trans girl. Believe me, it's not. I wish it was. Then everything he done to Vlad and everything he has done to me. This includes calling Vlad a gay ass. Sorry, the gay ass. Trying to expose Vlad's real name onto the internet with hopes of getting him lynched. Most of it was actually raw footage from Vlad. Some of it was from one trans girl.
Anything that would even remotely make me believe you had a 12 gigabyte folder on
I had about 150 screenshots from Discord and 3 videos from Vlad. Vlad wasn't exactly keen on compressing these videos.
And 150 screenshots is not 12 gigabytes, you fucking retard.
Well, if the
videos were raw. Raw format.
Why do you say I have 12 gigabytes on you when it's like...
Because I had it.
Because it's 2 minutes. Are you stupid? Fucking raw video.
Not just raw video. It was only one raw video.
One raw video and like fucking 12 screenshots, he said.
12? Are you nuts? It's about 150 to 200 screenshots. Get your facts straight. I have more, don't worry about it.
Get your facts straight. I have more, don't worry about it. It's horrible stuff. This was a thing. He's not saying this for no reason. This was a thing. It happened. Okay, and then his words in this, these should scare anybody. One more step out of line will result in the total eradication of your reputation. Tell me he doesn't deserve to be called a fucking psycho for that. And a puke stain. I will just say that it's not nice. It's not nice. And I will again apologize for being mean and for giving him any ammunition at all by being mean. That is the only thing I've done wrong. Again, I didn't blackmail anybody. He did. He did for 4 years. There you go. So if you're having any problem weighing this on the moral scale in your head, you can think about it. One person blackmailed a guy not 1 time, not 2 times, not 3 times, but for 4 years with everything he found, including but not limited to pedophile allegations, at one point. He went into a group he called Nuclear Option. Nuclear Option. What do you suppose that means? What do you suppose the hinted context of a group called Nuclear Option is that they want to destroy somebody, that they want to just nuke them.
And this has been the beginning point. Because after this, he went after my friends and everyone that worked with me. For example,
Oh, really?
there is a German modder who is making some other Kingdom Hearts 2 overhauls, most notably Ventus. Again, I'm not really keen on saying names.
Well, I will say names. He's talking about a modder known as Kite, who is here in this comment section already to express his undying support. This is what they do. You want to talk about obsession, again, the dangers of over-obsession and the psychology of megalomaniacs. I can tell you, I used to work with this guy. There is a story that we're going to get to soon, which I think he's actually about to get into, in which this guy accused me of stealing something from him, and I gotta say that this one threw me for a curveball, because prior to this whole thing, we had really good exchanges. Melon Mix actually left some really good comments on my YouTube in the past, and I left some good comments on their YouTube in the past, and we had a decent relationship from afar. What happened is one person, actually from what I know to be two people on the Melon Mix team, put kind of everyone in a really difficult situation when they started, I guess, absorbing whatever Topaz was telling them about me. I caught them in multiple places, and I guess we can go over this right now, talking about just anything they could think up to drum up hate for me. So basically, saying my prices are too high, or saying that I'm just bad at modding, or like what I can't even remember some of the things they were thinking of. A lot of it wasn't true, and that's actually what this message is about that I sent to Vitor, the project owner, because I had tried to talk to his teammates. I tried to reach out to them specifically, and they didn't want to answer. They wanted to occupy public spaces and misinform and just talk badly about me. I tried to air it out personally. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and see what kind of DMs I have in here. Let's see, because I have DMs with that person that show they have been extremely unresponsive. I don't know if that first one was a word. Anyway, so they actually messaged me at first. So this is my exchange with Vitor. I was unable to message them, is what it was, is our settings. I had sent a friend request, and they didn't accept my friend request. Okay, so I was left in limbo as they're just sitting there like talking all this crazy smack about me in public, and I have no way of communicating my thoughts back to them. So I sent this guy a friend request, and we started off on great footing, and I let him know clearly what my issue was, which is here that that guy is not a good person. I don't know why this person would say this. I didn't do anything to this person prior to this, 7/14. This is the day after I uploaded the Resaga trailer on 7/13. So this is him saying that I antagonized all the moderators there, and that Melon Mix got a lot more of his respect for being anti-me, basically. And that is effectively why I reached out to him, because I was like, well, Melon Mix is a project I really like, and as the creator, I don't think you should condone this, because it's kind of like they're turning your project, like they're using your project as a, like him saying Melon Mix just got more of his respect because they said I'm not a good person. It should have nothing to do with Melon Mix. If that's what this person thinks and that's what they want to say, then like okay, but like the obvious lumping it in and like they're okay with that is why I brought it to his attention. As I was like, it's almost making it seem like Melon Mix itself is against me for some reason. And then here she is telling this horror story. I have not spoken to this person before this. This is them telling this horror story, saying that, yeah, not only did he attack you and multiple others here, I'm also aware of him charging prices way too high for what they are, stealing others' assets, and just a very I don't need anyone's help because everyone else sucks and immature attitude, and rejecting everyone offering to help because of it. I was one of those people who offered him in the very early stages to help, showcase on YouTube a few years back. He deleted my comments quickly, very quickly, offering my services, and his versions of what I was offering don't look as good. It's basically what they're saying. So, and then he goes on to talk about his, I think his magic system. Yeah. So, this is what this is back in July. Okay, this is in July. I did nothing. I'm not even in this community. I'm not even present here anymore. The reason they're doing this is in reaction to someone posting a video, a link to my video. That's it. That's all it took to ignite the fire. Okay, to get all of this. I didn't even speak to this person. You want to say I'm mean? Because I told Vitor eventually. This is after months. This is after months. And you wouldn't believe the places that I found this user, this one user. You would not believe the places I found this user. In my comment section on YouTube. In the Gamers Joints comment section on YouTube. As he's trying to cover my mod. This person's there. That's what I ultimately messaged him over. Every day in OpenKH for 2 weeks they were there. Saying whatever they could think up. Whatever they could dream up about me that was negative. This is me going to him again. This is no longer... No, it is still July. This is later in July. Some other... I don't know, I think this is actually later in the same exchange. Sorry about that. Same exchange. But I went back to him a couple of times. I'm trying to see if there's... Because a lot of this is just me explaining it. Because to Vitor's credit here, Vitor is actually very open-eared and like listening to what I had to say. He actually did... seemingly want to know what was going on, and you can see we had a very peaceful, professional conversation here. So I still don't have any personal problem with this guy. From what I understand, there's just people on his team that have unfortunately chosen to take up an issue with myself and are unwilling to talk to me about it. Like they don't want anything to do with resolution. I don't know what I ever did to... Apparently didn't accept something from them or something. I must have totally missed that comment because I saw nothing of the sort. And apparently that's what may have started all of that rage from that one user. That's one user. There's another user, Danny KH, who is also, from what I understand, working on the Melamix project, who has been just as damn near consistent. And eventually it got to the point I called them obsessive lying animals. Because the way that they cannot hold themselves back from appearing in every single comment section and every single place in the world that might mention me or a project I'm working on to talk their garbage is obsessive, and the things they are saying are lies that makes them obsessive and lying, and the inability to hold back their urges, as far as I'm concerned, makes them animals. And that is what it is. That's what I said to him. I don't feel I even exaggerated. Maybe the animal part might have been slightly exaggerative, but the obsessive lying part is not exaggerative. That is what happened. That is what happened daily for months. So you want to talk about day and night harassment here, because we have Topaz, again, saying that I'm harassing him day and night. I have these people accusing me. Let me show you what the actual full comment said, because in a moment Topaz is also going to say that the comment had nothing to do with anti-Semitism, which it did. It accused me of being anti-Semitic. So, this is someone that's in OpenKH, okay? This is a comment that's on the Gamers Joins video, and they're saying all kinds of the craziest garbage I have ever read. It says I have a reputation for this, toxic behavior, yada yada yada. Even back in 2022, my mod did not start until 2023. Actually, we're about to have our second anniversary here in 2025, November 13th, 2025. November 13th, 2023 is when I revealed it. So, this is not real. First sentence. Let's see. Unfortunately, it seems the coverage has only emboldened Shinobi's harassment. Let's see. I personally have... This is crazy. I personally have been a victim of his anti-Semitic rhetoric in the past. Okay, so they're outright, like, calling me a Nazi, right? That's crazy, because I'm definitely not. I definitely denounce all forms of anti-Semitism. Let me just 1,000,000% clarify that for anybody that had any inkling of a doubt. Says, I stole assets from several modding projects and still have yet to apologize. No, I have not. I never have done that. That is crazy. There was a whole thing about that, which Topaz's feelings are very hurt over, where he accused me of stealing assets and was very wrong. This includes Refind, stealing textures, and more from that project. So not only am I stealing from random projects, I'm also apparently stealing from Refind. It says... we'll get to the death threats part in a second. This is so crazy. Instead of blocking him, he went on to harass him on Discord and even threatened TopazTK's wife and family. And then the next sentence, yes, Oshinobi sent death threats and somehow got a hold of TopazTK's wife's contact information. As well, including me. Oh, no. Okay, that's a different line. Okay. So they're accusing me of some very, 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 very serious stuff here. Okay? And I think that's the end. It's telling people don't support me, don't give me money. I'm looking for, like, what else this all says. But that's the gist of it, right? Is that I'm like an anti-Semitic death threatener that has found his real life information. Like, this is stuff that, to Topaz's credit, Topaz isn't even saying this. This is just pure misinformation that originated from nowhere. And here we have a Melon Mix associate, this Bean3326, known on OpenKH as Thinking Whale Pufferfish. Okay, this same user, really hope your comment stays up because people need to see this. My comments were deleted multiple times and others have been deleted as well. Arguably the most important comment on this video. Crazy. Why on earth would someone that's already been given a bit of context, right? Because you're already on this project, and I've already shared with this creator. I mean, this is the information I shared with Vitor. In case anybody, and I mean, I warned Vitor also that this eventually was going to be talked about, and your reaction to whether or not you work with somebody after they've continued to blackmail people is completely up to you. But I let him know ahead of time that, you know, this information was being delivered to him. This is what I sent to him.
Yep.
This is more of the recording, by the way, which I haven't published.
Are you finished with all the yapping? Because I'm trying to explain something.
I've been waiting for your explanation, man. That's going to explain why blackmail is okay. I'm still waiting to hear it.
Alright.
Blackmail is okay. End the story. But in all seriousness, it wasn't because blackmailing is fun or anything like that. It was because that guy literally had enough of him embarrassing me.
So he did it because he had enough of him embarrassing him, not because it was fun, because he had enough of him embarrassing him. So I did send that to Vitor, and these guys are currently, I guess, partnered, whatever that means, whatever that insinuates. I think Topaz is building a launcher for it or something. But I sent him like all of the stuff that got posted to YouTube. I sent him this before it was even posted on YouTube. So he had very ample time and ability to make up their mind. Same is the case for like everybody that's involved here. Everybody has the information and chooses to instead pull up to places like this and spread misinformation. Bean, I'm sure, either had the information or maybe Vitor didn't give it to her. But what I was told from Vitor is that he didn't want to bring this up within his own team because it could cause an internal conflict. That's what I was told, and I actually have, I think if I just search for the word internal, I think it only pops up, let me see, if I search for conflict. Yeah, this is where he's saying, regarding your statements though, I don't think talking with her would be a good idea. Some of the people whose stories she mentioned are her friends. And she had that experience with the comment herself, so it's logical that she will trust those two things first. Even if I tell her about everything we discussed, she has known all of them for much longer than she knows me, so that would just, I think it meant to say create a conflict inside of the team. Hope you understand. So that's the reason. So if Bean is watching, if Bean is in the chat by any chance, just so you know, that is the reason why it wasn't brought up, is because this guy did not want to create a conflict with you. You are basically, from their perspective, not talk toable. You could be very wrong, and he's gonna know it, and he's gonna say, "That's okay. I'm still not gonna talk to that person because they're gonna take the other side. They're gonna take the wrong side anyway." Okay. So then I came back to him, and this is where I said, Topaz and everyone else aside, what on earth is your Melon Mix teammate doing spreading misinformation to this degree? Can you not admit this is ridiculous at this point? This is months. This is months later. Months later. Can you admit this is ridiculous? And so then he said, basically, write some, like, I don't know what you call this. I honestly don't know what you even call this. She's speaking about those old comments, saying that this is his thing. He said, I went too far. I went too far because I called her an obsessive lying animal. So it's okay. Again, like, this is the double standard. It's okay for me to be called anti-Semitic and for people to say I'm threatening people's wives and, like, their families and sending them death threats, but it's not okay for me to call her an obsessive lying animal for supporting that shit. I'm sorry. Anyone that's in that boat can sink. Like, that's not floating over here. You did all this. Me coming to you politely and saying this is very respectful. This is very not scary. This is how you're supposed to deal with these kind of situations. So, anyway, with that being said, that was made aware to them. That's what actually happened there. And he's going to try to make a monster out of me for calling a woman, who he's going to specifically say that it is a woman, by the way, which doesn't matter. Same behavior, same obsessive lying compulsion, animalistic even. And that remains true about that user. As for Vitor took his leave from that discussion following that. And however he wants to handle that is how he'll handle that moving forward. But if that's how he's going to yield to every single issue that you have inside of the project, then, you know, it's not likely that you're going to not face another problem like this again, because if they ever don't like somebody, guess what? You're going to have to also not like that person. It's not a good communication style. I would really work on talking to that person. And just to clarify, while we're on the subject, let's just pull up some examples before we even go through this. So this is an OpenKH. Just so I don't look crazy here, we're saying that this person does this a lot more than on just YouTube. Okay, this is OpenKH. Okay, this is what they're saying about me on OpenKH. Anyone feel free to pause and read this, by the way. Okay, a long paragraph about how they hate me. I've never spoken to them before. Okay. This is, let's see. Let's see. Oh, that's right, I forgot. They're not in this folder. They have their own folder because of how often they popped up. That's right. That is right. They're not even in Topaz's folder. So this is Denny KH on 714 saying, I'm making sure that no one will care about, some won't care about Shinobi's projects. Okay, so there you go. There's motivation spelled out for you. Okay, so no, I'm not just overanalyzing. This is a thing that's targeted against me. There's one example. One second. Okay. You know, we're just going to continue on with the video, and next lie he makes, I'll go ahead and stop it, because, yeah, eventually I gotta wrap this stream up sometime in my lifetime.
But none of this was in the original comment of the commenter.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was in the original comment. It's right there. He can't read. Does everyone see that in the original comment? Hey, everyone in chat. Everybody in chat, comment right now. Can you read? Can you see that in the comment where it mentions what was in the original comment?
He was being accused of.
Everyone in the chat, can Topaz read?
But none of this was in the original.
Can Topaz read, guys? What's in that original comment? Is there anti-Semitism? Is there death threats? Is there any of that in the comment? GuidingHeart, don't worry. When I say wrapping up the stream, I mean when we finish this video. We're only freaking 10 minutes through. We're going to be going all night. But this is... can you see this? Can you read this? Is this clear enough? I don't think I can zoom in from here. Can I? No, I can't because I'm full screen. Okay, so it is in the original comment, and he's lying. Okay, so we're going to just continue. That's another lie.
Comment of the commenter. But the most importantly, to a woman, he goes on to say,
to a woman,
but honest to God,
to a woman who continuously found their way into every single comment section they could to talk their garbage on me. Like an obsessive lying animal. They got called an obsessive lying animal. Oh no, not even a swear word. Not even a swear word. And we're gonna act, come on, man. I would apologize. But I've already shown you what they said about me. So
need to keep a leash on that obsessive lying animal of a teammate before they make you look bad. To another developer of Melamix, who has tried to find the middle ground between Shinobi and I. He then went into DM a friend of mine who does currently effect and animation modding in Kingdom Hearts. He is one of the olds of the old, and did everything from threatening to call the police on me for cyberbullying, to try to finding my real address, to trying to make people be disgusted with me with allegations that are not true. All of those proof can be later on streamed if need be.
I would like to see all of those proofs streamed later on because, yeah, they need be. That is crazy. I never once threatened to call the police on you. That just did not happen. I looked into what the punishment was in Turkey for extortion, and it's 3 Turkish years in prison per count. So that's what I looked up while I was speaking privately with Disguster. Not to you. You were not threatened. You were not presented with any form of, like, even direct contact. It was him going to you to tell you what we were talking about. And that's not even what the conversation was supposed to be. It was supposed to be me talking to him and asking more about the situation, which, to Disguster's credit, he has been very neutral throughout the situation. He provided me a lot of information, but he also is not trying to get involved with any drama because he knows that there are people that have more power in the community that are unfortunately higher up than I. And it's just not like when the leader of the server is recorded by this guy saying he sent him most of his blackmail, it's kind of obvious why he doesn't want to be on my side, I think. But further than that, I mean, there's other reasons I'm sure that he may or may not have, but I don't really care. My thing is, he was willing to have those conversations. Nobody was threatened. Nobody was harassed. When I and that person spoke, they made it clear that they were not on my side, and they made it clear that they were not on the other person's side. And they've said things both for me, and they've said things against me. That person is the same person that cleared my assets when Topaz said I had stolen assets, and when Kite said I had stolen assets. That person is the same person that came forth and cleared my assets in front of the whole community. And they don't like that, but he also will talk some shit on me occasionally. So, is what it is. But, at least for that merit, you know I didn't steal anything, and these guys are a bunch of liars, which is what we'll get to later on. But we're gonna get to that.
Then, the German mother that...
Oh, and I never asked for his wife's information. That's crazy. He just literally said those words, I think. I just want to make sure. What did he say?
Then,
Did I ask for his wife's
are
information?
not
Is that what he
true.
said?
All of those proofs to try to finding my real address,
Never tried to find his real address.
to trying to make people be disgusted with
Might have told some people some very good reasons why they should be disgusted with you. That might have happened.
of the old,
Privately, not publicly.
and did everything from threatening to call the police on me for cyberbullying, to try to finding my real address, to trying to make people be disgusted with me with allegations that are not true. All of those proof can be later on streamed if need be. Then, the German mother that I have spoken of has made an interesting claim. He claimed that Shinobi was stealing from him, which Shinobi,
This is where it gets interesting.
admittedly, to his credit, went on to disprove, which made me eat my words and publicly apologize for siding with the German mother.
This image. And telling their horror story about running into me on YouTube. So, and me deleting their comment apparently and not knowing who they were. I had no idea who this person was until all of this started emerging. And trying to make contact has been impossible. Like, I've wanted to talk with the person and ask, what is the problem that we actually have? Because I don't have anything personal against you. But you seem to be, like, everywhere that you can possibly be talking about me. Anyway, with that being said, going back to the stolen asset accusation, first things first that I'm going to find. I know I have it in messages here, but I don't want to expose the person who it's with. Let me see. Let me just search double down. And then I also have audio of Disguster reading this out loud, because that's who he's sending this to. But this is his reaction immediately after leaving the audio recording. Tell me this doesn't look guilty. Tell me this is not the guiltiest thing you've ever heard. And also, you want to talk about me and my unhinged DMs. You can look at some of these. These are nuts. And this is what he's sending Disguster. And let's see, where's the part that he says he's gonna double down? Oh, look at this, look at this. This is how you see me. And the dude says you are a lying machine when he himself is full of shit. I will now proceed to fuck him over harder. And then also on top of that, what did he say? I will now double down in every server I am in, exposing him for who he truly is. This is after I said, no, I'm not going to stop talking about you blackmailing, because the things he was saying were horrible. He was saying things that were basically like, okay, I stopped blackmailing him 2 days ago because he's been a good person for this year so far, and I believe it, so I deleted everything I had like 2 days ago, I swear. That's what he was saying on the recording. And Disguster even said, you did not delete it. He said, that's the first time you have ever said that. And I said the same thing. And Disguster thinks he never had 12.8 gigabytes. I don't know what the contents of his folder are, but he swears, Topaz, against Disguster's suggestion to not self-incriminate, insists, no, I have 12.8 gigabytes, they're raw format. This is the kind of stuff that, so anyway, this is what he said. So, he's like quoting parts of the call. Here he says, "I will retract my theft accusations and will apologize. You think you are better than me? Prove it. Stop wasting time on petty squabbles. Work on your shit. Improve it. Develop it to something cool." Whatever. I think he's trying to phrase what he was saying in the call, but this is not what he was actually trying to say. What he's really saying is that he's gonna go double down, basically. And so let me show you what happens moments after. Moments after he says, "Okay, I'm gonna double down." This happens. This just mysteriously pops up. This is literally like within an hour. Let me see what the timestamp is, just so I can make sure I have this correct. This was at 3:58 a.m. Disgusters time. I don't think we're in the same time zone at all. Let's see. Of course, it's not going to open for me. Let's see when this was. Let's see the time gap. Let's see the turnaround time. Turnaround time, 4:34 a.m. 4:34 a.m. Within an hour. Well, within an hour of Disguster's time. I think Disguster is like an hour or two off from me, so it might have been sooner than an hour. It might have been a little over an hour, but just about an hour's time passes, and here we are. Here we get this accusation of theft. Okay. Where he is trying to say that I stole his Mirage Arena map import. And this is right after our call. This is right after Topaz says, "I'm going to double down in every server I'm in. I will now proceed to fuck him over harder." Meaning he was already saying the thing about me having stolen from the Days Plando system. Now he's, he knows he's wrong. We've had the talk. We've been on the phone together. He knows he's in the wrong. And he's saying that because I haven't accepted his deal that he tried to make to me, that he is now going to double down and insist that I've stolen even more things. So what does he do? Well, he goes to my old friend Kite, who is not my friend anymore, but used to be my friend, and now, because he doesn't like me, is friends with Topaz, and they conspire together for maybe an hour or so, however long this amount of time actually is. And the next thing you know, Kite comes forth saying that I've stolen a map from him. And let me see if I can. This is part 6. Hang on. There's more parts than that. So this is part 1. Okay, so both are in there complaining, saying that they get called liars, and imagine getting called by the liar by the biggest pathological liar in the KH community. Again, this is all happening in OpenKH, which is owned by who again? Vlad, the guy that sent this guy all of his blackmail, according to him. So Vlad is allowing all of this to just happen. They're just hate-talking me right there in public, right there. No need to take it to DMs. This is happening publicly in their server. Okay? So, there's that. Let's see where he makes the accusation. He also claims you falsely assume him of theft. So I guess he's saying that, okay, so he says, now he claims I stole his project, while I literally have the source code. I never claimed that you stole my project, ever. That's ridiculous. And, as far as the source code, I would hope that would be KH2FM, because that's what my source code and all mod source code is. I don't know what you're even talking about, source code. Some egotistical whatever, but so we're here talking about theft. Let's find part 2. Here's part 2. They start taking images off of my Patreon and he's tried to say that my Ventus Room import is his Ventus Room import. And he tried to say that, so he's accusing me of stealing 2 maps now. 2 maps, and this is within an hour or so of what had just previously happened. Okay? This is coordinated. This is not genuine. This is not, he doesn't believe this. This is completely conjured. So anyway, and just so no one can say I stole his Days project and slapped my work on it, that's his shop on Patreon. Yes, that's an example too. That's the thing, is I'm not selling these maps. These are examples of what I can import, and that's all they are. That's it. They literally say on the image, "Example not for sale." Example not for sale. Very easy to read right there. And they're gonna go on, I think, to talk about how I'm supposedly selling the maps. But not only that I've stolen it from them and then are selling it, right? So that's the actual accusation now, is that I've A, stolen the map, and B, sold it. And didn't give permission, and yada yada yada. I haven't given permission, but I also said he didn't say he couldn't do it, yada yada yada, how the tables turn. Okay, and this whole shop thing from the 03 system, I never accused him of extracting it. I accused him of not crediting me where he literally said he would credit me, and I have a message from him saying he owes me credit in that spot. So that's a separate thing that we can talk about another time. But I'm not the one accusing of theft. He's doing this. So this is also Topaz lying, saying, I also claim to have invented custom cutscenes. That's just not true. That is simply not true. There are many, many users who know that is not true. How can you prove he didn't import this map himself? So here's Disguster asking the reasonable questions. He's asking for him for a screenshot of his map. And I never showcased that angle of Ventus's room. I also never posted a PS2 version of the map, yada yada. So he's being like avoidant to getting to the fact of solving the issue. He just wants to say it's stolen without actually trying to prove that it's stolen. And I, immediately upon hearing of these accusations, was right back the next day in Disguster's DMs to get to the bottom of this and have my name cleared instantly. And on top of that, Disguster took a few days. He was honestly, he was busy with some stuff. It was taking way too long. There were people freaking out. There were people that I know and that respect me a lot in the community who suddenly began to think, oh no, Shinobi's stealing assets. That's what they're saying. So to prove that wasn't the case and to clear my own name ahead of time, I even did a stream for 8.5 hours where I re-imported the Mirage Arena from scratch and did it better than I had it before. And that was I'd hoped sorry, let me back up. So then at the same time as I finished that stream, Disguster messaged me this paragraph. That's where we get this paragraph from, okay? And I also, this is important that you understand the white pixels thing, okay? This white pixels nonsense, my goodness. They start talking about the texture, and it's here they start talking about how I took his PC texture and didn't compress it, and so because I didn't optimize it, or it is compressed, but because I didn't optimize the texture, it has these white pixels on the texture. Okay, and if you look really closely, if you zoom in, you can see there's white pixels right there on Kite's version of the map. And if you zoom in right here, you can see there's white pixels on my version of the map. And guess what? Disguster said he's not convinced these are stolen. Topaz says he is 100% convinced because of the pixels Kite mentioned. But again, we can have a look at the files if he provides them. They're talking about me. If I provide them. I provided them so quick. And I wanted to do it on stream with everybody present. That's what I really wanted. I wanted a lot of things. I also wanted to... it's funny, there might even be something in this video about it, I'm not sure. But I offered a wager, they all declined, that if anything was deemed stolen by Disguster, I would never mod again. And I would give them all my assets and leave the community, and they would be rid of their problem forever. And not one of them took me up on that offer because all of them know already that my assets were not stolen. So, like Topaz knew and Kite knew because they literally arranged this. The same guys that you see here in this comment section, acting like there's nothing going on between the two of them and that this is just normal discourse. No, they do this all the time. This is what they do. These two are literally evil conspirators. Like, they will set up a plot to make you think. Look at this. You signed the map? You genius. Only on PS2. On PC, it's not there. He puts the mastermind emoji. He's claiming this is his signature. You want to know what's so problematic about claiming these white pixels are your signature? Is that they're actually present in the original Birth by Sleep PSP game, not the PC remaster. And that is where I got my copy of the map from. I'm assuming that Kite never applied remastered textures to his own version of the map, but he never got rid of his own white dots. But these are default. These come from the PSP. These have always been there. The white dots, the genius pixels. You signed the map? You genius! You genius! Kite, you genius. You signed the white pixels. That is crazy, man. These are Square Enix's white pixels. And they're in here trying to say that this map is stolen. By the way, they backtracked on Ventus's room. They never even provided their own version of Ventus's room for comparison. They said they never released a version, so they're going to backtrack on that, and they backtracked immediately. And at first, it's worth mentioning that I went to Kite personally to ask him about his claims, respectfully, professionally even. Let's see. Let's see if I have that. I guess there's more to this that I didn't even show yet. So hang on, we'll go through the rest of this first. So here is them offering to swap up the files, or look at the files. Disgusters all the white pixels. Kite added those, and then he shows the remastered texture, which doesn't have them obviously. But never mind that. This guy always does his research, and he's always 100% correct, and always knows his facts, and that's why Kite's a genius with the white pixel signature. So with that out of the way, we can look at the next image. Oh, and by the way, before anyone says that Topaz wasn't challenged, because I did adhere to his challenge. He challenged me here. He said, again, have him give the file to us so we can test it. You yourself can check as well. The naming conventions, the scripts and their lengths orders, the animations of the rings, there are many places to check and verify. And he did say he will give us any file we want for verification. His chance to clear his name. He asked for it. He asked for it. This is him asking me to clear my name. And then you know what happens when I clear my name to him? He cries. That's it. That's all that happens. He cries. And that's why I sent him the Spider-Man 3 Tobey Maguire image where it says, gonna cry. Because he could not handle the result of his challenge here. Now he tries to act humble. He did not act humble on this day. The only thing he said was, leave me alone. And I'm sorry, if you want to try to deem that as harassment because technically you said leave me alone, and technically you received another message which you didn't like, I'm sorry. You can try that if you really want to. But you deserved to hear that you were wrong, and you deserve to hear it quite a few times, because you know what? I had to hear quite a few times that people thought I was stealing things, because as you said that you were going to go do, you were out to try to fuck me over. You were out to try to double down in every server you were in. You just got done saying that you are doubling down everywhere that I've stolen things, even though you know it's not true. And that's what all of this is even conjured from. This whole thing is ingenuine. Is the worst thing you can do to a modder is say they've stolen things. And you know how many people actually know about the end result, that stuff wasn't stolen? Do you know how many people actually know about that? Less people than were made aware that it was a thing. the damage is still unfortunately done. As we saw in that comment earlier with all the misinformation that Vitor got sent to him. Someone was still saying my stuff was stolen. GuidingHeart, if you're in the chat still, buddy, you've been in my comments saying my mods are stolen. Still. So if this is Topaz's video now saying that nothing is stolen and everyone is to drop the stolen assets thing, why hasn't it happened? Because it did more damage than that. And you know what? I think you sitting with a few upset DMs that made you feel not good about what you did is exactly what you deserve. Because it took 4 days for Disguster to verify that. It took me 8.5 hours on stream to remake that map. And I had to send about 20 different people away with a temporary explanation of, don't worry, the files are going to be verified, just wait, just hang on. And for anyone that's ever been put in that situation, it is one of the worst feelings you can possibly be in. So you can cry me a river about all of this spam, and then let's go ahead and see the spam, because I have something very interesting to show.
Here
He
is
He acted like a very big victim over this spam. And I real quick, as a matter of fact, okay, before we even continue, before he shows his spam, let me show you what he did a few days before. He did this before. This is after we had the call. This is while we're in the call. And he's going to act like a victim after having done this. One moment. If it would load.
Oh, Discord has stopped me from doing this. It was a fun bit while it lasted. But yeah, it's literally right here.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that? He hit Discord's limit from how much he copy-pasted. Okay? This is in a call with me, him, and Disguster. We were talking about how I had previously banned Disguster for a lot of the association and condonement, or condoning, I don't know what the proper word is there, of all the stuff that Topaz has been up to. And so Topaz thought this was funny. So he took the reason that Disguster banned me and took the screenshot of it. Or sorry, not Disguster banned me, excuse me, let me clarify. He took the screenshot of why I banned Disguster and started spamming it into the chat. As if to prove a point, as if to, it's all the same bells, all the same notes that he's hitting here about me spamming him about being right. Okay? That's what he thought he was doing here. In reality, he was actually just being really annoying. But still, this is him doing the same exact thing he's about to play the victim for. I want you to watch this, and then watch how he plays the victim over here doing the same thing just a few days later.
Oh, Discord has stopped me from doing this. It was a fun bit while it lasted. But yeah, it's literally right here.
There it is, the fun bit while it lasted, as he spams Discord until its literal limit. And
they're saying, well, they didn't seem stolen. And then, look at this. I just told him to leave me alone after publicly apologizing.
So yeah, we hit him with some spam. We absolutely hit him with some spam, but you know what's crazier is that he tries to say this is harassment. Watch what comes after the spam. Wait for it. Wait for it. Boom. What is that? What is that? The harassed guy sending a GIF? What is that? That's crazy. So all this happened to you, you poor baby. All this happened to you. You received all that spam after delivering all that spam, like what, 3 or 4 days before this? 4 or 5 days before this? You did the same thing. You did the same exact thing. And now you come forward to all these people and play a victim. And you are stupid enough, excuse me for insulting you, stupid enough to show yourself replying back after you're claiming this big bout of harassment has happened against you. And this is how harassed you are, sir.
This is not healthy behavior.
I agree. I very much agree. Blackmailing people and then going to multiple other users to get them involved in like some club meet, we're gonna talk crap on this guy relentlessly all we can, is unhealthy behavior. You are terminally online. All of the people that are supporting you while they know about the fact that you're a blackmailer are just honestly not, they need to reconsider their moral high ground as they're trying to get rid of me at my own expense. They want to save you and protect you from accountability at my own expense. I'm supposed to go down as the bad guy because you did this bad thing, and that's not how it's going to be. Even in chat right now, you guys are making a really great future example. I actually haven't checked chat in a while. I don't know if what you guys are doing in there right now, but you guys are making a really great example. The ones that did stop in, GuidingHeart stopped in, Topaz stopped in. All these people that claim that they are harassed and they're victims, and I won't leave them alone because I dare talk about this being a thing. All those same people are in here, proving that's not the case. Either they're in here now or they were in here earlier. So you can keep on keeping on, but the message here is not the same as like what your actions are actually showing. So let's just go ahead and continue here. And actually, this is where it truly becomes a live reaction, because I have not seen past this point. That was where we started at. So here we go.
Borderline obsessive. And it's really, really fucking sad, to be completely honest. Because this guy, instead of going to touch grass, chooses to spend all of his time and days trying to get even with me for something that I don't even care about.
Okay, let's be clear. First of all, there is no getting even, as far as I'm concerned. There is just a duty that I have at this point, unfortunately, to speak out about the behavior that I've witnessed. I am not out here telling everybody anything that's not true, unlike you. I'm not out here telling anybody anything that is not genuine, unlike you. Everything that I'm saying is based in fact. It either happened or it didn't. And your argument earlier that you just tried to make in this same video is that you are in fact the blackmail victim. And that level of mental gymnastics is unhealthy. You want to talk about unhealthy behavior. You are no blackmail victim, sir. You have been blackmailing a victim for nearly 4 years. And for all I know, there may be more, because what you tell me is not, I stopped blackmailing him because I woke up one day and decided it was wrong. What you tell me is, I stopped blackmailing him because he released a Christian testimony and I believe he's a better person. Which, again, insinuates that if you didn't believe he was a better person, that you would then just blackmail him again and start the whole thing all over and go back to your nuclear option or whatever. All the stuff that you sit here and justify because it was a pain in your butt or whatever you say. I saw one message not even apologizing. It was like a half apology from Topaz. You know what he said? You know how he phrased it? Is he goofed. He called blackmailing another user for 4 years almost. I'll say 3.5. Okay? For 3.5 years. A goof. How many goofs went into that one ultra goof is the actual question. Because by the time I discovered the goof, the contents of the whole thing had changed. So, with that being said, let's continue.
And one more thing, while we are at this DM, you do remember him threatening me to expose me as a pedo, right? Here, let me open these. Let's see what he did.
What's he gonna open?
But Topaz, you say. There is not here like drop or I excuse you pedo here, and then you
my
say,
goodness.
but
Okay, hang on, I'll let him finish and then we'll talk about this.
he doesn't. Edited July 23rd, 2025 at 7 p.m. And in the
Okay, let's talk about this. Because I have absolutely nothing to hide. In fact, while I was showing my version of the messages, I didn't say, oh, these are the only messages that have ever existed. What did I say? Anyone can rewind, anyone can see. I just said, we have different versions of messages. Because I already seen some of what he had shown. And I said, okay, that's what it used to say. This is what I don't understand. Okay? The reason it says something different now is because a correction was made. A correction was made to what was originally stated. That's what you do when you're wrong, okay? So if the contents of the blackmail are not, in fact, pedo allegations, well then, I'm not going to sit here and tell you, yes, they are. No, I'm going to ask you, okay, well then what is it? And that was my next logical question. And that's how we got to where we are now. Now we have him listing a whole things of what it is, but he says pedo allegations are just not one of those things anymore. Okay, so they used to be back in the day, and again we went over why I had this information in the first place. It came directly from GuidingHeart, who literally told me straight in chat that this is why he was being blackmailed. And then after talking with people like Orcus, who said, yeah, well, it's not that, without giving much more information, or talking with people like Disguster, who gave me a lot more information and told me it's not that, or talking with other people who were around during the time, and told me that it was a thing that did happen, but that it's not current anymore because basically a couple guys were convinced by some emails, so it's not current anymore. That's what happened to this. I said, okay, well then if that's not what should have been said to him, then that's not what should have been said. And I made my correction already. So the fact that he is still complaining about these old messages, this was never public. I didn't state this publicly, or I would have made an apology. This was private, so I corrected it privately. And that's all there is to it. And I was very transparent about that. I didn't even know this was going to pop up. Everyone saw my timestamp at the start of the video. I didn't know he was going to try this, but he tried it. And we already talked about why my messages are different, because I know for a fact that they were different at one time, and I took screenshots of them and sent them to people at that time too. I know people personally that I already sent these really worse screenshots to. So you having messages that are different, like that was a nice gotcha try, like to try to convince people that they can't trust what I'm saying or something, but at the end of the day, you are still the one confessing to blackmail. Let's not forget about that. Let's just continue with what you're saying here.
At 7 p.m. And in the second one, see how easy. Instead of you little fucking psychopook stain, he said, if you're playing for keeps, best not to show your cards, idiot. You must be the worst blackmailer ever. You all.
Actually, that is not correct. I said that before. It's just not in here. But I definitely said the thing about him blackmailing the person that speaks a lot. Like, GuidingHeart tells everybody everything. So to blackmail specifically GuidingHeart is pretty dumb if you're trying to get away with blackmail. And I think most people in the community know that, because unfortunately GuidingHeart has become kind of a meme that they've let stay around instead of somebody that they've gotten rid of back when they first felt that the time was right. They decided to keep that person around, manipulate them, and blackmail them. And here we are now. So we'll go ahead and continue.
Edited July 23rd, 2025 at 7 p.m.
Alright, I'm just gonna say, side note, it bothers me that you say it like that. It's not, that's not a dialect thing, that's not anything to do with the way that anybody speaks. I'm not talking about the way he speaks, I'm talking about the way he said specifically those words. It was weird, that's obsessive. I don't like that. I'm gonna play it one more time. That sits uneasily on my ears.
Edited July 23rd, 2025
It's like he's putting something to bed. It's actually deeply disturbing. But anyway, I'm gonna continue.
at 7 p.m.
Oh no, there it is. There's more. I thought it was over. Excuse me, I just cringed.
In here, he has made the thread of calling the cops on me. Edited July 23rd, 2025 at 7 p.m.
Wait, what? When did I make the threat of calling the cops? That's not the threat of calling the cops. That's not a threat of calling the cops. That just says, I don't think that... What does it say? Retold. Okay, because he was going to call his competitor Days project to mine Retold before he gave up on it and it died. And so I told him at the time, after I realized that his blackmail is not being dealt with and we're having this exchange, I told him, like, if I tell everybody about this, I don't think refind is your biggest concern. And he called me little bro. He called me little bro first. So that's why I called him literal younger bro, because he is literally younger than me. And for that, I've actually forgiven a lot of his nonsense. And you guys have to understand the angle that I'm coming at this from is, like, I've sat here for a long time wondering if this is a person who should be taken seriously. And that is a question that continuously, even now, rings through my mind. And for a long time kept me from saying things as immediately and urgently as I really should have. But what I will say is that whether or not he's to be taken seriously, which I honestly, I don't know if he is. I don't think he is. I mean, he was part of a nuclear option group, but that might just be some goofies messing around, goofing around. But, like, I don't know. I said that's the really scary part. I don't know whether he should be taken seriously or not. I don't know whether the next step is, you know, him trying to dox me or whatever else might occur. He's sending so many people. Some of them might be him. Some of them might just be his alts into my comments every day. I have a commenter 69 literally here in the chat right now spamming whatever they've been spamming all night. Which I think is either an alt of his or an alt of GuidingHeart, I think. I'm not sure. But they've been in my comments all week. They're up day and night. You want to talk about day and night? You want to talk about day and night? These people are day and night. I'm not day and night. Day and night, I work on my projects. Day and night, I develop my game. These people are day and night. When I'm working, I look back over my shoulder, I check my notifications, and it's always one of these guys. It's just one of these guys. Just trying to get one comment to stick. And I'll be completely honest. Yes, I delete their misinformative, insulting nonsense when it appears in the middle of the night from an alt account to sit there in the middle of otherwise perfectly peaceful and happy comment section. Like, why do you even feel entitled? You want to sit here and clown on me for deleting them? Why do you feel entitled to space in my zone, as you're all claiming that you're harassed? It's crazy. Like, again, I just want to show this, what's in this notification bell again one time real fast. This is GuidingHeart. This is literally, and commenter 69. All of these comments. Some of these are, like, really nice people. Like, I support this project. I love Kingdom Hearts. Thank you very much, Adriel. You rock, man. Chloe Ryan Games, you rock. All you guys rock. Gamers Joy, you rock. Everybody rocks, okay? But I keep getting these couple of stinky users that just keep pulling up to say, just put their hurt on whatever they feel they can is in their grasp. And today, it's been nothing but GuidingHeart and commenter 69. Which I am assuming might have something to do with this video, but even if it does, nevertheless, we want to talk about who's being harassed. You want to talk about having non-stop people talking to them about something that they supposedly did wrong when there's nothing they actually even did wrong apart from being mean to a couple of people that were like super bad people. I will just say again that I apologize for the language that I used here. Okay, let me just apologize very clearly with this on screen, and I will apologize not only to the whole community for this, I will also apologize to Topaz for this right here. This was unprofessional. Whether either version that you're looking at is unprofessional. Okay, and honestly, nobody told me that, 6 months from now, a year from now, we'd be in this position looking back over this, or otherwise I would happily just make this not a thing. I don't think you can say the same thing about your blackmail. When you look back on your blackmail for the last 4 years, you tell me it was necessary because GuidingHeart was a terrible person. You tell me that because he's a good person now, that's the reason you don't blackmail him now. And that is nothing morally. That means nothing to me morally. That makes me concerned. What if there's another bad person in the community? Will you try to blackmail them? As a matter of fact, I have been blackmailed. And as a matter of fact, I am going to show this. I wasn't even going to complain about this. I wasn't even going to make my own being extorted into a big deal. But you know what? Now I am, because he literally did extort me. 1 second. It ties in great to the current messages that are on screen, though. Let's see. I'm just going to type in all over YouTube in this chat search, because that's what he phrased it as. He told me this would happen. He said if I didn't quit looking into stuff, that he would post my DMs all over YouTube. This is his ultimate final move, by the way. This is his thing that he thinks is gonna finish me as a modder, is posting my mean DMs on YouTube. And I have to admit, this is pretty ugly. I am not proud of this, and I wish that there were there's other people that I haven't necessarily been 100% professional with, and maybe I got a little long-winded with. Just spoke more as a person than like a professional entity, because I didn't prepare for situations like this as someone that's just starting modding, but 2 years into the journey almost, and here we are. And I'm sorry, I'm still trying to find this exact quote. I don't know why nothing is popping up. Let's see. Aha! There it is. There it is. Is this it? It's in this stream of chats here. Oh, okay, okay. So his screw it. I'll just show you guys this one. This is my DMs with Disguster. That's what this is from here. So this is when I'm asking Disguster for more information, and Disguster is unfortunately sending my DMs to him, which is the one person he shouldn't be sending these to at that time, because I'm investigating the blackmail. It was very frustrating to deal with, but ultimately we did get some information out of this process. So, with that being said, I'm trying to find where it just went. Here it is, right above here. No, it's down lower. Let's see. Here it is. Okay, so he's sending me his DMs. Just tell him to leave me and stay out of my business, and I'll stay out of his. Hang on, that's not it actually. It's in here. I gotta find where he says it. This is them discussing the logistics of blackmail and what it is and what it even means to blackmail somebody, and him acknowledging that he did blackmail. And here he is thinking he's like super slick. Even though I clearly did tell him the folder had a lot of things in it, but pedophilia was not one of them. There were allegations that weren't proven. Also, to literally threaten to frame me as a pedo, which did not happen at all. It's a very nice twist of those events. But this is me and Disguster talking about other people that have close familiarity and keep themselves in close contacts to people and withhold their allegations while they blackmail them. Both of those people that you just saw in those images blackmail people, by the way. Let's see. I'm trying to find where he says, tell Shinobi mind his business or his DMs are going all over YouTube. That's where we're talking about the Turkish law. In case anyone's wondering about talking about going to the police, this is where I was Googling what the case is, Turkish law for blackmail. It's up to 3 Turkish years in prison. 3 years in Turkish prison. I don't know why I said Turkish years. We all have the same years. To be honest, I only extorted him about 9 months ago. Let's see. What's he talking about here? I gotta find the one. He really said it too. It's crazy. Like, as he's being investigated for extortion, he's gonna extort me with mean DMs. It's not that high up, is it? Where is it? And anyone who wants to pause and read this stuff, this is literally, screw it, it's free information. Anyone who wants to read this can. This is what Disguster sent to me when I was investigating, so this is as raw as it gets. We're just diving in here. That's him listing the stuff in there. But he has been good for at least 6 months? It's so silly. Like, the way that this guy... Oh, wait a minute. Is that... No. Saying why he's keeping it in case he flips a bad leaf. So this is... Okay, so anyone that says it's unreasonable for me to worry, okay, what if he does this again in the future, right? What if GuidingHeart becomes a bad person, then he does it again in the future? Here it is. He literally says he has a contingency plan for that. That he is keeping it. Let's see. I am just extremely paranoid and don't want to delete stuff so that if he turns a bad leaf, I can just, you know, have something. So he's still, like, this is where he's at mentally. Like, you can't look away from something like this. I'm sorry. It's just irresponsible. It would be not okay. So there is that. Let's see if I can find where he said he's going to put my DMs on YouTube. I really want to see that. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Booyah. Also, tell him that if he does not let this shit go, I will leak all of his DMs all over YouTube. So that's where we're at now, guys. That's where we're at now. So he hatched this idea back in March that if I didn't stop looking into his blackmail, he's going to leak all of my DMs all over YouTube. And he's talking about the spicy ones. He's talking about the ones of me being not so nice to him. So that's where we're at now. That's exactly what he's doing. Sorry, that's what I was digging for all along. Was him saying, basically, to stop looking into his business, or he's gonna put my stuff on YouTube, which is, by all accounts, fine by me. I have nothing to hide. Again, I do apologize for having been this person in the past who would gear up some messages like this to someone that may or may not deserve it, depending on your moral stance. But, you know, while I can apologize for it, I can't undo it, and I will still implore everyone to just realize that this is nothing compared to, you know, I have a 12.8 gigabyte folder on you, and you better not do what I... Again, he was correcting him for standing up for me in an argument publicly. That's how serious this actually is he was controlling another user actively with the folder. The user stood up for me, GuidingHeart stood up for me in that argument, and was immediately blackmailed. Like, within minutes, told, I have a 12.8 gigabyte folder on you, your entire reputation hangs in the balance, don't mess up, and don't talk to me even, because I don't even want to talk to you, is what he said to him, basically. I'm paraphrasing. But it's crazy to even think that someone would say something like that to somebody in real life, let alone over text message. And while I do feel like in the moment I got a little heated, and this was a bit out of hand and a bit more than I should have said, especially for somebody that's intending to be a somewhat public figure, this doesn't look good. You know, I can admit that looking back, but I think it's time to stop giving this guy ammunition with this, and just acknowledge the reason he's receiving all of this in the first place is because he's been blackmailing somebody for close to three to 4 years, debating on... He says that currently the status of this is that it's all deleted, it's all gone. I don't know how much I believe that, especially given the screenshot I just pulled up of him saying he has a contingency plan to basically never delete it in case that person turns a bad leaf, and he can then pull that back out. So that is his line of thinking. We'll go ahead and continue a little further into this and see what else he says.
He actively tried to cover up his mess more than 6 months after he made the messes. And he has not left me alone since. In light of all of this, one of my moderators had enough and went to ask Shinobi what happened. The moderator normally likes to stay hidden in these sorts of things, but he literally doesn't give a shit anymore, so I'm gonna put his face and name. Here, Shinobi says Topaz is guilty of extortion by his own confession over both text and voice, which is a lie. That is not what...
Hang on. That's a lie? Hang on, let's let him finish.
Extortion means, and this is not what blackmail means. Learn the things first.
Okay, is he going to give some BS definition, or is he done? Because what he just said is a lie.
And then he goes to say a lot of things that aren't true, like
Okay, first things first. I'm going to let that ring one more time.
The voice, which is a lie.
Listen to what he's
He
saying.
literally
Listen to what he's saying is a lie.
doesn't give a shit anymore, so I'm gonna put his face and name.
And then watch how quickly we disprove it.
Here, Shinobi says Topaz is guilty of extortion by his own confession over both text and voice.
Okay, he says that's a lie.
Which is a lie.
Okay. Okay. If that's a lie... Hang on. Hang on, he just said that's a lie. Sorry, I'm trying to find it. Because what bothers me about this is I don't know how he's going to start off his video saying that he was a bad person in the past and that he has changed as a person and he's not that person anymore. You know, ambiguously implying that he used to blackmail somebody, and then he lists all the justifications. Again, he's ambiguously implying, but he's not 1 second. Okay. Here it is. Sorry, it took me a second. I had to dig this thing up.
And then
Yes.
you were like, yeah, well, I still get a 12 gigabyte folder on him.
Yes, of other things, like...
Let's break this down. So first things first. 12 gigabyte folder on him. This is Disguster accusing him. So the full recording, he's saying that there was a time when, after the pedo allegations happened, Disguster recalls him not dropping it, and not dropping it at first. That's the first part of the recording. That's not attached to this. I'll be putting that in the video. So he didn't immediately drop it, and even in his own video that he posted earlier today, he said that he didn't immediately drop it, and he held on to it for a while. So that's what Disguster calls him out on. And then he also calls him out and says, well, then he said, I have a folder on you of all these other things. And so he is basically telling on Topaz with Topaz present. And then Topaz is going to explain why he did in fact say that. Why he did in fact blackmail him. And like it's so crazy to say that it's a lie. It's so crazy to me to say that I don't have you recorded on voice and I don't have textual evidence of you blackmailing somebody. I do. That's 100% right here in your face. I'm going to let it play.
And then
Yes.
you were like, yeah, well, I still get a 12 gigabyte folder on him.
Yes, of other things, like
Yes, of other things, like
extorting a
What
girl.
other things?
extorting a girl. And then Disguster asks, what other things? And I already knew what other things he was going to say because he'd listed them in text, which that screenshot is going to pop up on the screen here.
To a
What other
relationship.
things you have?
The things that he listed.
Okay,
he's
let
listing
me
them up by
start.
voice now.
Extorting
He's listing them off by voice now. Here we go.
a trans girl into a relationship with threats of killing himself, anti-gay behavior, and anti-gay behavior, extremely hateful behavior, coercing a disabled girl into a relationship with threats of killing himself.
I didn't
Yes.
know that.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that the
another
trans
one.
girl? Are you just saying
No,
trans or
no.
And everyone, that is Disguster laughing. That is not me laughing. I just want to make that very clear.
It's not.
And it's also Topaz laughing, by the way. So Topaz and Disguster both are laughing about a disabled girl here. I don't think there's anything funny about that, but there you go.
It's not the same trans girl. Believe me, it's not. I wish it was. Then everything he done to Vlad and everything he has done to me. This includes calling Vlad a gay ass. Sorry, Vlad a gay ass. Trying to expose Vlad's real name onto the internet with hopes of getting him lynched. Most of it was actually raw footage from Vlad.
As you can see, again, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but I originally had, what's it called? When I'm losing the word right now, I can't think of it. Redacted. I had originally redacted GuidingHeart's name to keep his identity not exposed for being a victim of blackmail. And unfortunately, he has gone full, I don't know what you call that mode, where you're siding with the person blackmailing you. But anyway, that is the visual, both the visual and the voice aspect of the blackmail that occurred. And he's going to tell me I have my definitions minced. Well, he's in texts with Disguster, and I have those screenshots too, admitting to the definition of blackmail being exactly what he's doing. He at first put up a little bit of a struggle owning the definition because there is no money involved, but then he was very quickly reminded by both Disguster and AI, I guess Disguster used ChatGPT, to define to him what the definition of blackmail is. And he then agreed, yeah, well, it's that, but it's because of all the reasons I listed and yada yada yada. So for over 4 years this has gone on, and he is going to sit here and in this quick moment try to slip in the fact that it is a lie, that I've told KH Omega a lie somehow when I say I have him recorded on audio and on text confessing openly, proudly, as if it's a mechanism of community defense that he is blackmailing another user. That's what I have on him. And he's going to say that doesn't exist. He is not just saying it to me, he's saying it to you. He doesn't just think I'm stupid, he thinks we're all stupid. So, I'm going to let this play a little further.
But he literally doesn't give a shit anymore, so I'm gonna put his face and name.
I'm going to let it replay. I just wanted to watch
Here, Shinobi says, Topaz is guilty of extortion by his own confession over both text and voice, which is a lie. That is not what extortion means, and this is not what blackmail means. Learn the things first. And then he goes to say a lot of things that aren't true, like Vlad ABDF sporting all of it, and then...
Okay, I didn't invent that. I did not invent that Vlad ABDF is the one sending you all of it. You are lumping him in. So this is what I would like, honestly, is I would like a statement from Vlad ABDF about this, because at this point, Topaz is within his circle. Topaz is, from what I can tell, afforded all privileges that a person who hasn't lied about him, hasn't lied about Vlad, should be afforded. So like, I think Vlad needs to be transparent with the community at this point in telling us whether what Topaz is saying is correct or not, because what Topaz is about to say in this clip is that Vlad sent him most of his blackmail in raw video format. Listen to this.
Some of it was from one trans girl that...
anything that would even remotely make me believe you had a 12 gigabyte folder on
I
your
had
phone.
about 150 screenshots from Discord, and...
Disguster, I just want to point this out. Disguster even challenges him, even tries to give him the benefit of the doubt to assume that he has not done something criminal to the degree which he claims to have done it. Okay, he says, dude, there is no way that folder is 12 gigabytes large. That's crazy. Almost 13 gigabytes. That's not happening. And you know what the guy says? The first thing he says right after. Yes, it is. I swear I had it. That's what he's saying right now. And he's explaining how it could take up that much space. It's crazy. It blows my mind.
3 videos from Vlad. Vlad wasn't exactly keen on
3
compressing these
videos
videos.
and 150 screenshots. It's not 12 gigabytes, you fucking retard.
Well, if the
These videos were raw! Raw format!
Why do you say I have 12 gigabytes on you when it's like...
Because I had it!
It's
Because I had it.
Because it's 2 minutes. Are you stupid?
Disguster is literally, like, throwing my boy the lifesaver. Like, basically swimming into the water and wrapping it around him for him. He's like, bro, let me put this lifesaver on you. What are you confessing to right now? And bro just doesn't care, dude. Topaz was flying off the handle. He just confessed to everything to the fullest degree. Not sorry about any of it. Like, saying that he had more of it than anyone could expect or should expect. This is, and I'm sorry, this is like my first time breaking down what's actually happening in this conversation, but like, I think it's important to compare against the context of what Topaz was just saying in his video. Let's go ahead and finish this and then get back to that, I guess.
Fucking raw video.
Not just raw video. It was only one raw video.
One raw video and like fucking 12 screenshots, he said.
12? Are you nuts? It's about 150 to 200 screenshots. Get your facts straight. I have more, don't worry about it.
Get your facts straight. I have more, don't worry about it. TopazTK, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, that's the guy that claims he is not anywhere recorded text or audio saying anything about blackmail. So we'll get into the conversation I had with KH Omega, which I felt I was very cordial and respectful about. Let's see what he has to say.
Me saying yada yada yada. Topaz knows what is coming to him and he's trying so desperately in coming days to destroy my reputation, yada yada yada. In the same recording, he also admits to telling the baseless lie that I stole my Days FM magic system from Nums Days Plando. He used the word baseless himself after being debunked with a screenshot of saying, Num, that wasn't true. First, Num didn't really know you stole that from him.
No, I have him audio recorded. He's gonna start this. This is crazy. I have him audio recorded, coming completely off of it, saying that he made up the whole thing himself because he specifically thought that I stole it from Num. And he doesn't even know what my magic system is because, like I said at the beginning of the video, I don't even really have a magic system right now. My magic system is unlimited MP, or it was unlimited MP. Now it's limited to 3 magic casts. So I give Roxas 3 magic casts and an unlimited, and an invisible MP bar recharge. It has nothing. I hadn't played a single Plando, let alone Days Plando, at the point that I heard this accusation. I still haven't. I need to try a Plando sometime. I haven't even tried a Rando. I haven't even played a Rando yet. So this accusation was absolutely crazy when I first heard it. And we dealt with this in the call. I have this recorded. It's not cut out specifically because I wasn't so focused on this particular detail. But it can be focused on when I go to make the video. It's good to see what pieces of context he wants to draw into the discussion, because honestly some of it is just like, it blows my mind, part of it because it's stuff that didn't happen, and then other parts of it are like, I don't know why he would say this as somebody that's trying to make himself look good. But basically for 17 minutes so far, all he's done is confess to blackmail and say that I'm mean, and it's taken us a lot longer than that to get through 17 minutes because I'm a very long-winded person and have a lot to say, but I also have a lot of evidence to present, and this should answer a lot of questions for the time being. So, here we go.
And secondly, the only reason that I have made this is because I've seen it. When I made my magic system for him, which you will know now as the Drop Dynasty Roxas magic system, he said he found a way to make it one-to-one with Days. He used items disguised as magic, which are equipable to the items menu, to use magic, which is exactly what Num did in his Days plan though. I didn't say outright stole. I said if it is not an exact copy, it is a very heavy inspiration.
No, he used the word stole. He just said he didn't outright use the word stole. He did, in fact, outright use the word stole. He stole Num's Days Plando magic system. That's what he said. It was something along that exact quote, but I am like 99% certain, while I can't pull up the screenshot right this second, the word stole was exactly the word that was used. I'm almost certain about that. So, like, this man is just, it's a lying machine. I said it before, I will say it again. This is a really consistent liar. Will just lie about, like, very easy to prove things. You did say stole, and you were absolutely accusing me of theft, not inspiration taking, because the last time I checked, that's not allowed either. You can't say that someone took inspiration from you and whatever, because then you're not respecting the creativity of the whole modding community. That's what I've been told a few times, because when Topaz wanted to make his own Spite Days project against mine, which he actually specifically stated was against mine and inspired by mine, like, the guy's so backward. I don't know how you can, like, even say that that's why you now thought it was stolen. Like, he's changing his reasoning now. It's different from what it was before. We have that whole conversation recorded, so, like, while I don't have it all clean and cut out right now, it will eventually make its way to the public for everybody to see. Just like they'll hear him literally offer me to drop talking about him blackmailing in exchange for him to stop talking about me stealing things. Which I obviously said no to, and he stormed out of the call and sent Disguster all those things about wanting his chats deleted and all those other things. And that we don't have consent for his recording anymore, and he withdraws his consent that he gave at the beginning of the call, and all this other crazy stuff, because he knew he looked very, very guilty. Anyway, I'm going to get back into this and try to let the guy talk, but man, he lies so much.
And then he goes on to yada 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 again. a lot. And a lot. You can pause to read all of this if you want.
I think I was very professional. Anyone can pause and read
KH Omega, you know him, you love him, everybody knows him, everybody loves him, including me. He's such a nice guy. He wanted to clarify some things. And one thing so very clear, you don't have to speak so properly and formally to me, because outside this whole drama thing with you and all these people, I have absolutely zero things to do with it.
Okay, so there it is. He's even acknowledging how cleanly and properly and clearly I was speaking to him. Okay? So let me give a little bit of background on this. KH Omega was one of the users in OpenKH who was saying things about me during their slander party, which, of course, FlatABDF was allowing. So I see that they're saying things about me. And at first, I didn't think to reach out to them. I saw no point. They were being really nasty, actually. I can't remember what they said exactly, but there were like F-bombs and like major life judgments made and like all kinds of things. I was like, maybe I shouldn't even talk to that person. And I wasn't going to. And then they sent me a friend request, and I didn't see that they sent me a friend request until like maybe 3 days after they sent it, but eventually I saw it. And I accepted their friend request, knowing that they were a person that was one of the people that had been stirring things up in OpenKH. And just like they just opened and said, they said I don't have to speak to them so properly and whatever. I didn't care. I still was. And like I said, I opened the conversation very clearly explaining what was going on and who was at fault, and the fact that Topaz has literally already confessed to committing blackmail. And this is their response. Like, they're friends with him, so, it's not like they're just going to immediately turn on the guy, but, like, obviously they're looking for a way to condone it. And the conversation from there, I informed them that eventually I would be showing all of the misinformation and slander that has happened in our community against me. All that I could find, all the stuff that was brought to me from other people that had questions about the things they were seeing, all of it is it's getting shown right now, and it's also going to be shown again when I get around to making the full video. But I was letting them know about that. I was like, hey, you made some statements that seem very incorrect, and I would hate to have to lump you in with a bunch of other people as I'm showing what's been going on. Would you like to correct those statements? Would you like to redact what you're saying? And so, unfortunately, they did not want to redact what they were saying. They wanted to continue to drop a bunch of F-bombs at me and a bunch of improper language, and apparently my language made them feel too proper. But the thing is, I already knew that this was going to happen. Look what we're looking at now. We're looking at my DMs and their DMs right here, right? So, obviously I'm going to be proper with you. Obviously I'm going to be professional with you now that I see who you're friends with. Hello, this guy? Bad news. And you want to talk things out? Okay, but I'm going to be very professional with you. I'm not going to give you any kind of like casual leeway or anything like that. I'm going to be professional. I'm going to be kind. And if you're genuine, if you're serious about clarifying some things, as Topaz put it, then we can clarify some things. But from what you were saying already, you're immediately disrespecting me for coming in professionally. So it's like I'm trying to make a good communication happen here. And this person was extremely against that. Now, let me tell you what happened 3 days later. Is this person, or it might not have been 3 days. It might have been actually a few more days, I think. This person came back to me and apologized for all of their F-bombs, for all their crazy nonsense, because this conversation really devolves from here. And it's all on them, 100%. And I wasn't going to show any of it because they came back to me and they apologized. So this is now Topaz starting more needless drama. And KH Omega, I'm sorry, because you have apologized to me privately, and we were on good terms, and I wasn't going to show any of this. I didn't even know you were going to be featured in this video until getting here and seeing that you're in here now. So I am sorry that you are dragged into this, as I believe the reason that they were having their initial meltdown was because I had informed them that they were going to be featured in something. They didn't want to be featured in something. As Topaz just said, they did not want to be featured in anybody's drama of any kind. And they made that very clear to myself at that point. And considering their apology, I said, okay, I don't need to show specifically what happened between me and you. Me and you are good, and, you know, while you might not have gone back and erased your public statements, you've at least admitted to me that you didn't know what they were about and you just got kind of roped into something, and that's ultimately what they said, and we're good. So, moving on forward from that, I don't know why Topaz brought this person's DMs up with me, because there's certainly nothing as spicy to see here as what was in my DMs and his DMs. But alas, here we are. Let's see what else he has to say about this.
Which is true. But one of KH Omega's main concerns
Was what, being
is,
featured?
besides from him acting like a complete weird loser,
Oh yeah, and they were like
was this.
insulting me to call me losers.
within here, he threatens KH Omega to expose him as well with baseless things.
No, not baseless. Okay, and actually, if you read this, if anybody actually does pause and read on his video, I specifically told KH Omega I'm not going to have a dedicated part of the video dedicated to that one user or anything like that, because I actually hadn't seen that much activity. You can read it. It's right here. I don't know why he put it on his screen, as he's trying to say the opposite of what I'm saying. But you can read this. It's basically telling KH Omega that their part, if featured, will be extremely limited because they haven't actually done that much. I was more concerned about users like Danny KH, who have made statements publicly that they're on a mission to ensure people don't care about my projects. That's who I was talking about, as far as getting like their own segment. But I specified here because KH Omega said they didn't want to be involved, and I even said, I was like, just so you know, your involvement has not been very big, but it has been what it has been, and like, I am going to scroll past the wall of misinformation in the video that's been out, and your name will be in that, unfortunately, unless you'd like to redact your statements, or retract your statements. And I offered them the chance to delete those from the public space. At first, they didn't want to do that, and they didn't. They didn't ever. And I still decided to omit them from the video, just because they had come back and apologized, but they had a hard time with actually going through with deleting it. And I'm not the kind of person that needs to feel like I'm like dominating you into something. It doesn't need to be gone if you've personally apologized for me. I appreciate the remark, at least, to let me know that things are genuine and there's not a problem. Because if there's a problem where you believe something genuinely untrue and you're telling me that your intention is to just keep saying that untrue thing, well, then that would be a problem for me, a problem for you, and a problem for everybody, because then you're spreading misinformation. Anyway, I'm rambling a little bit here. Let's dive in here and get this thing over with.
Just because he's a part of Refined.
No, it wasn't because he's a part of Refined. That's so dumb. I will point out that part of the pattern that I was lining up with the fact that most of these people in here are from the Refined server. So, like, the fact that there is such heavy Refined affiliation, just in these comments, I think this might be 100% Refined in attendance here. It might be... It might be one or maybe two users that are not Refined affiliates in these comments right now, after 9 hours. So that lets you know, like, where I was looking with that statement is that I don't know why, but he makes an announcement in Refined. It can be full of lies, it can be full of misinformation, and he's going to turn a bunch of people against me who don't even know me, and they're all going to create as much drama and as much chaos and say as much stuff is stolen as they can without actually ever proving anything. And anyway, let's go ahead and get back into this. I do want to get this wrapped up, but I mean, I'm not rushing through it. We're gonna finish strong.
After that point, KH Omega fucking snaps.
Yeah.
Because he absolutely should. He had nothing to do with this, and the only thing he wanted to do was to communicate with the guys so he could get the other side of the story, like Shinobi's side of the story.
Okay, so then he came for my side of the story. He got my side of the story, and I mean, he wants to act like he was threatened. He was informed of what was going on. There was an ongoing documentation of everything that's been happening, all of your misinformation bullshit, all of the stuff that you've arranged with your little Discord groups or whatever, your nuclear option or whatever you're up to nowadays, okay? Whatever you're arranging to constantly be trying to take me down all over the place is what I was talking about. And it's not like you can ignore the fact that everybody here is refined. It's crazy.
Take that chance to retract and shove it up your ass. Make sure my PFP is in 4K quality and give it a timestamp too.
Okay, so there you go. See, so that's their being extremely rude, and I don't even think I responded to that. And they
After this point,
and they came back with an apology. So just so you know, all of this stuff that he's showing is he's probably smiling reading it. This was apologized for, all of it.
KH Omega was typing some more, but Shinobi went on to block him.
Yep. Didn't even respond.
So, you have...
I was told to take my chance to retract and shove it somewhere I'm not going to repeat. And if you think that I've been mean for calling someone an effing psychopath, if you think I've been mean for telling somebody that they're little bro, or if you think I've been mean for telling somebody that whatever victim case act you've purchased from Topaz, if that happens to be you, there's a few in the chat, unfortunately, you must ask yourself, how nice does that message sound? To take the chance to retract after everything is said nice and professionally and everything's by the book, everything's done well, everything is said kindly, and you're going to respond like that. And what did I do back? What did I do back? I just blocked him. That's it. Who was the unhinged one in this situation? So let me find out. I gotta find out now actually how it is that I received that apology, because I did receive an apology from KH Omega. I'll go ahead and show that here on the stream, because obviously he's not going that far into the messages. But from what I understand, there's no quarrel at all between me and KH Omega. Everything is good. But what did happen happened because of everything else. Mainly because he started it, and he is the bringer of chaos here. So we had another conversation later on, which I guess he's not going to show. But the last message KH Omega sent to me was, I'm more than welcome to message them on anything else. Okay, this is where we left off. So there's plenty more context that happened following that. I've sent them the evidence of the spam. I sent them the evidence of the blackmail. I don't know why this video is not loading anywhere I try to play it from in Discord, but anyway. Yeah, so this is where eventually they said that thing. And then this is what they said. They said, I'm not taking back calling you cringe, but the way I spoke to you was unwarranted, and I'm not asking to be taken out of your video either. Whatever comes my way is what I get for moving up, for involving myself. That's what they said. And I don't know who this is supposed to be. Oh, I think they're saying they felt like a jackass after everything, and they felt like apologizing, but they don't want to seem like they don't want to be smeared, and yada yada yada. So like they were just expressing remorse. There was remorse for this, is what I'm saying. And then later on, I don't know if I sent them a friend request. I also apologize for the way things left off, not necessarily for any way that I spoke to them. I forget what even happened here. Oh yeah, I just sent them some proof. I just sent them some stuff. And they just said basically that they are done receiving it. And we had a couple actually little snappy responses, but we were actually very nice to each other. And that ended with them telling me I'm more than welcome to message them on anything else. So if anyone wants to know how KH Omega feels, there's our DMs there. So I don't know why he's pulling them into this to make a victim of them when their whole main thing was not to be involved. And that's actually how I was going to leave it. I was not going to involve them at all. Topaz, or KH Omega, you have Topaz to thank for that. They have now pulled you into this. I'm sorry. We'll continue.
Have baseless accusations to multiple people.
Who is the next victim who comes forth to be part of Topaz's blackmail forgiveness argument? Who is this next? This is a clown show.
Absolute psychopathic behavior towards me and everybody that's involved with me in any sort of capacity. You have obsessive actions towards me for a 2-year span. You have you going into my moderators and threatening them to take an action. You have absolute peak of misogyny by telling a woman that she should be kept on a leash.
Whoa. Let's back it up. First things first. No misogyny here. Definitely no misogyny here. My girlfriend would be furious. I'll put it that way. Second, I didn't even know 100% sure if I was talking to a woman or... I mean, I kind of assumed that might have been the case, but honestly, like, same thing with KH Omega, I went at that as, like, a gender-neutral type of things. I really don't know who I'm talking to sometimes. These people have these, like, anime girl profile pictures, and it might be a dude. It might totally be a dude, or it might be, you know, someone of a non-conforming, non-binary identity, whatever the case may be. But I certainly did not assume this was a woman when talking to them. This was not like, oh, you're a woman? Get on a leash. That's crazy. That is not something I would ever say, apart from literally just providing an example of what I would never say. With that being said, his attempt to make this all about them being a woman is crazy. What I said was perfectly grounded in fact. I called them an obsessive, lying animal. And maybe that might be offensive. I understand that. I understand that if I was called an obsessive, lying animal, I might be offended. But if my behavior was that of an obsessive person who's finding themselves in every possible comment section to say something negative about me, and 9 times out of 10 it's lies, and the 10th time it's like some crazy twist they thought up. Okay, they're just blatantly misinforming and lying, okay? And they're unable to control themselves, it seems. I can't drop a trailer for a project I'm working on without you saying, you going out on a limb and telling everybody that I'm a bad person. You've never spoken to me. I don't care if you're a man or a woman or any gender. I don't care. You've never spoken to me. Who are you saying that I'm a bad person in the middle of a public space? You know what you're doing. Don't play stupid either. That's another thing, is to sit there and play dumb about it, and to come here, and they even have a comment here, I'm glad this is all over. Oh, this is far from over. I'm still releasing a video about all of this, and you are unfortunately going to have to be mentioned. I've tried numerous times to get a hold of you. I've even commented back to you, and you know what? They did get a hold of me. Let me show you where our DMs currently sit, because they never got back to me. They messaged me after the thing with Vitor happened, where I showed him the comment that they were underneath, saying it was the most important comment and everyone needed to see that I was an anti-Semitic death threat sender, right? That's what this person was saying. People forget that. Okay? I didn't call this person an obsessed lying animal for no reason. It's not like they were minding their own business making melon mix and I called them an obsessive lying animal. It's not like there was any like underlying personal issue either. The personal issue is they have an issue with me. They're everywhere I go to say something negative about me. Multi-platform. So they messaged me after Vitor, I guess, got on them about something. After what I said to him, because the comment there underneath is full of blatantly false stuff, saying that I'm anti-Semitic and that I tracked down Topaz's wife and threatened them both in real life and all this other stuff that Topaz himself has never even said. And they're under there, associate of a Melon Mix account. Like you are a co-creator of another well-renowned account, saying that you really hope this comment stays up and people need to see it because you attest to everything that's in this comment. That is what that person said that got this message sent to Vitor, which explained the ongoing issue, right? Because this is now, what was this? September? This was September, and I first reached out in July. And honestly, it had been going on even before that. And I made Vitor aware in July. And Vitor, as we looked for earlier, and he says in this message right here, you can pause and read it, that he doesn't want to talk to his teammate, even though she's wrong, even though he likes my project, which he's told me and left nice comments before. He doesn't want to talk to his teammate because he's worried it'll cause an internal conflict. Because they are that unstable and, yes, animalistic. So I said, they are a lying, obsessive animal because everywhere I go, they are telling lies obsessively like an animal that cannot control themselves. I am sorry if that hurts your feelings, Bean 3326, but you are saying some pretty hurtful things yourself, and I think you should think about that. And that's all I'll say to you, professionally and politely. There you go. And we'll go ahead and continue.
You have neo-Nazi accusations against one of my Patreon supporters. I do have the proof.
No, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. You don't have the proof because it's not a thing. That supporter is, from what I can tell, from what I know, from what I've examined, not a neo-Nazi. I don't know why you keep saying that I'm accusing him of being a neo-Nazi. That never happened. Me and that user have already touched base on what happened there and agreed that neither of us know what the hell you're talking about, dude. Neither of us. So I will put that to rest. That's not happening. That's not a thing.
I just don't want to open Discord right now. Like, I can attach it somewhere else. I should have it downloaded here. I should have had it downloaded in that folder. That's my mistake. So hold on. Let me just. Here the fuck it is.
Whoa, easy there, man.
He said that just because he had a KSI1 client tag with a lightning bolt on it and using the frog emojis, that he is almost 100% a neo-Nazi.
Really? Let me read exactly what this says. Okay, so, as you can see, that is my explanation to someone about what he was previously talking about. Because, again, he is the one that made this an issue. That user did not make this an issue. That user did not go out there and proclaim to everybody that they're being accused of being a neo-Nazi. That's not what happened. He has made this a thing, and the reason that this became a thing is I had a user that was in my development server who was sharing around the reaction on Discord for Pepe Frog emojis. And I understand that that has been branded a symbol of hate. And I also had another user who had observed that same behavior. And I honestly, I don't know, I kind of was already thinking about doing something about it. And this other user came to me and said something about it. And I realized, okay, it's no big deal. I'm going to just ask the guy to stop. I'm going to have the uncomfortable conversation with him. And I did. And at that time, that user was a bit offended. They didn't want to stop using it. And they continued to... They just left the server. Respectfully, peacefully. That's all that happened between us. That's it. I never went and told anybody else, oh, they're a neo-Nazi. I never went and told anybody else that, you know, that anything like that was actually going on. That was, what I just explained is as small as the issue was, and it's the same exact explanation he has right there in that text. So that's what happened there. Later on, he makes a big deal about this because I don't know if that user... I think what me and that user talked about is he had stopped subscribing to me and he did subscribe to Topaz, and he might have said something about having been stopped to use that. So Topaz is taking this way out of context and way out of proportion. If I do need to, I can name the user. I'm not going to do that because I don't want them subject to any nonsense that they don't deserve. And they've been here in streams. They've been elsewhere to support me. Even not even just as a viewer, but financially via Patreon. And so, you know, the notion that me and this person are somehow at odds, or that I somehow believe wholeheartedly that they're a neo-Nazi because they wanted to use the frog emojis is just not a thing. That's just not a thing. So whatever he's going on about here is completely irrelevant. If he does disclose this person's identity, just please leave them alone. Because, like I said, me and the other person have talked about it extensively. That person does not like Topaz because Topaz is a blackmailer. And he is fully aware of everything that's happened. We are fully caught up on the situation. And so Topaz really has absolutely no room to even talk here. I don't know what he's even... This is nonsensical.
He is not accusing me of being a neo-Nazi in any way. And he is not really accusing it in here. He's playing political, but saying he's probably a neo-Nazi because of this shit.
That's not what
I
I'm
use
saying,
Pepe
but-
the Frog. Do you mean that I am a neo-Nazi too? And everybody knows a thunderbolt with a KSIN extension means you should kill yourself now. Literally, low tier god. Literally, the whole point of low tier god.
Okay. I want you guys to just listen to this, okay? I'm not gonna talk about the neo-Nazis or anything anymore. What I am gonna talk about is just let me just play that back. Let me just play that back one time. Because that was pretty ridiculous. Like, just listen to how normal he makes this sound. Like, this is just something that people should be saying and speaking, and the way that we should all be talking to each other.
I use Pepe the Frog. Do you mean that I am a neo-Nazi too?
Not this part. Not
And
this part.
everybody knows a thunderbolt with a KSIN extension means you should kill yourself now.
So everyone knows that KYS and a lightning bolt means kill yourself now. Apparently everyone knows that. I didn't know that. So, I am so sorry, KH Omega. I wasn't gonna feature you. I just actually talked about that. Good to see you here. I was not gonna feature you at all. Topaz put you in his video, and I'm reacting to it. So that's how you ended up in this. I'll tell you what. I'll still leave you out of the full video just because you did come back and apologize, and we just talked about that. So I'm sorry that you ended up mentioned here. I'll just say that now while you're wondering why you were mentioned. I'm sorry that he did that. So, with that being said, anyway, we'll go ahead and continue. Just want to make sure I said everything I thought I was going to say there. I think so.
Literally low tier god.
Oh yeah. So like I'm a low tier god or whatever for not understanding what he's talking about as he's like telling people they should kill themselves. Kill yourself now. It's like it's actually crazy. And GuidingHeart, I didn't disable your comments, dude. I think you're actually spamming so much that you're just like breaking the thing. And I haven't turned off the trolls because this is a great example of like just how much pressure I have faced from the like somewhat of the modding community. It's really a few members. It's really mostly refined members and a few members that are offended that OpenKH somehow got involved, which they did because their leadership got them involved. Unfortunately, 99% of the users know nothing about what's actually going on other than people mad at Shinobi, which is the fault of Topaz as he knows the dirt that is now revealed on him, I guess. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and continue this video. We're going to try to get through this at some point.
Literally the whole point.
You know what? I told myself I wasn't going to argue anybody. I told myself I wasn't going to argue with anybody. GuidingHeart, you want to talk about pressure but still spam Topaz's DMs? You want to talk about DM spam? Do you really want to talk about DM spam, man? Let me tell you, dude. Topaz has more DM spam than an Overwatch character. That was really bad. But this DM spam actually happened days before the one that he complains about, which is crazy to me that he would literally spam the shit out of our chat and then a few days later act like a victim when he gets spammed over false accusations that he made. The video is too quiet. Oh, I've muted I've paused the video. Yeah, that was a lot of pauses. It's tough too because I'm just like I'm flying off the top with this stuff and trying to find everything where it's at right now, and present it in not video format. What is this guy's perception of time? The Legend of Lame? Bro, you guys publicly argued in OpenKH Discord server for hours. What do hours feel like to you, sir? Because as I recall, I think that whole argument lasted less than 30 minutes. But apparently it was multiple hours. Can we get some of these like nonsensical goons who just say things that aren't true out of the chat? Because it definitely didn't span over hours. I have screenshots of when it started and when it ended. So, Legend of Lame, do you want to keep arguing that it was hours? That it actually was literal hours? Like different sets, like different intervals of 60 minutes went by while we were arguing? Do you want to say that again? Because it's not true. Yeah, you're using hyperbole, all right. That's right. Thank you, Legend of Lame. So, instead of saying you remember seeing it firsthand and that it actually was hours, you should just not comment, I think, because you're kind of lying anyway from the get-go. Wasted everyone's time. So, never minding that guy, let's go ahead and hop back into the video.
Of low tier god. Kill yourself now.
By the way, this is this guy's philosophy. Just that's what I was originally going to say. Is this is what this guy believes in? Is everyone should kill themselves now? This is a wonderful person, wonderful human being we have here on display. Very hinged.
But I digress. After all of this came into fruition, me discussed them, and Shinobi went into a group call in which I gave this.
He's not saying that happened after everything. Hang on.
Buster
Let's see where he's going with this.
Permission to record me because I am in a I'm in a two-party country. Shinobi recorded the conversation. At the time, I didn't know my country was a two-party. I thought it was a one-party, so that's excusable. But then he cut everything that I have said and everything that Discusser has said and made a video trying to make us look bad. Both me and him.
Okay, let me just clarify. I am not trying to make Disguster look bad. Unfortunately, I think he's doing that a little bit to himself. And this is someone that I wish would come around and stop hanging out with this guy, because this guy is nothing but bad news. And all the times that I've approached Disguster for help, he's been very helpful, but he's also remained very neutral because he knows that he probably could not withstand the pressure of the whole modding community on him, as a lot of modders cannot, as a lot of modders are staying completely silent for that very reason, because they don't want the pressure and swarms of people in their chats. But anyway, I do see a message here from Arrow13. Arrow13, I will go ahead and respond, buddy. So I see you said, so is this the end goal of this regaining the respect of the OpenKH community? Clarification on what's true and what's false, or getting back at Topaz and other creators? Honestly, the only thing that I am really truly trying to do is make sure that well, there's really like two main things. First thing, which is the less important thing, I want to emphasize that first. And actually, you know what? I'm going to put it on the back burner because it is the less important thing. I'm going to name the first important thing first, which is the community and safety. This is a game for kids. This is a Disney game. And we should not have cases of extortion. We should not have cases of blackmail. It shouldn't happen once. It shouldn't happen twice. It shouldn't happen for 4 years. It shouldn't happen at all in a Disney game. There are kids in this community, and on top of that, there's a lot of vulnerable people. There's a lot of people who've just been through a lot of things and a lot of different backgrounds and just anyway. So I'm not trying to regain any kind of respect from OpenKH. From what I can gather, there are users there that know the truth about what happened. They know that I came across an instance of blackmail and was not okay with it, and because of that, made my departure. And there are other people that do not care about that, that will look past blackmail and will instead be little psychopaths in their little power vacuum and do whatever the boss says. So, you guys, what's important to remember is that, like I said, I'm not here for respect from OpenKH. I'm not here for respect from really anybody, and in fact, I really didn't want to have to do anything like this on my channel, because to me, this kind of content scars my page. And I would rather have my page be full of progress. I'd rather be making progress. I'd rather be developing my game right now. And instead, I am dealing with this. So I want you to know, Arrow, that this is not something that I took up lightly. This is something that I did because I know a lot of people are unfortunately going to have a lot of questions very quickly. This is the second reason why I'm on stream right now, and instead of waiting for my video that is going to be finished on all of this. Is because I don't want anyone to have any. I don't want to allow time for misinformation to spread. I think people that are, already online are saying things that are just not true, and it's been affecting for months. People doing this it's been maybe the same, like 10 to 15 people, if that. It's really not that many people. It's not like it's the whole community. OpenKH has thousands and thousands of members. That's what I'm saying. It's not 99% of the community has no idea about what happened. But that's how Vlad ABDF, who owns OpenKH, wants to keep it. So you know, you have a situation where would I like the respect of the community? Absolutely. I don't turn away the respect of the community. I don't say for 1 second that I'm too good for the members of OpenKH. I don't say that I won't work with anybody that's in OpenKH or part of OpenKH. And as a matter of fact, I just gave Kenji Uno permission to use my documentation for his website the other day. So he's a OpenKH contributor, long time OpenKH contributor, and I just gave him permission to use my stuff on his website. So whether he does or not, he hasn't updated me if that's been done yet or not. But with that being said, I have no problem with the general sphere of OpenKH. I have no problem with most users, 99% of users on OpenKH. I have no problem with the KH3 modders. I have no problem with the KH1 modders. I have no problem with the modding community. Like, there's actually no beef. That's what's crazy about this whole thing, is there is actually no beef between me and anybody else, but a few users that are like all basically linked to Refined at the hip. That's it. It's Refined and it's Vlad and his moderation team. So these couple of handfuls of individuals are making it seem like, oh, the whole community is against me within their own little echo chamber. But outside of that, we drop a video and it's a banger, and the community is engaged and the community loves it, and we're doing great. Everybody still is waiting for the mod. Development hasn't stopped, and you guys are unsuccessful. OpenKH is unsuccessful at bringing down Oshinobi. It's just not going to happen. So the fact of the matter is, and what you guys are going to have to start getting used to, people that choose to still be in there, is the guy that's working on a pretty anticipated mod is just not going to be part of that community. They condone blackmail. They condone this guy and everything that he gets up to, and with all his little friends that like to gang up and get together and flood chats and whatever else they're up to. And that's ultimately the reason why I'm not there anymore. So Arrow, I would like how do I put it? I would like to regain certain people's success, or sorry, certain people's respect, but that is not a measurement of success to me. What is a measurement of success is keeping my promise to the people that have been waiting the longest, and to the people that have been here to see something happen and something become real. And that's a goal that I stay committed to every single day. And I know there's not a lot of modders in the community that can say they take up that same sentiment. There's some modders in the community that wake up every day and mod just because they hate me. And that is unfortunate. I really hope those people heal and find joy in what they used to love to do again, because it's been awful seeing some people that I came up modding with just become totally different people, focused only on proving some kind of point that they're of some level of capability so they can be cool with a couple other users. It's really ridiculous, and everybody's just terminally online and kind of sick in the head, and it's seeing where everything is gone, having an outside view a year later after leaving and seeing what these people do all day and what they get up to all day. Not the majority of OpenKH. I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking about there's a few people, and you know who they are because they're there every single day, all day. You say anything in there, it gets seen, and they're the same people that went on the misinformation spree. The same people in here now that are spreading a bunch of bullcrap. And I wish I had time to actually stop and argue with every single one of these people until they're done typing. But I don't. It's fine. I think the fact that they all showed up to say something ridiculous and verifiably untrue that I've probably already debunked 2 or 3 times during the stream is fine. And I think this will be fine for anybody that has questions in the meantime while I get my video together. With that being said, I will just say that my end goal here with this is to, I guess, respond, because this is ridiculous. This whole thing is ridiculous and wrong and full of lies. And sorry, Arrow, that was a very long response, but we're going to go ahead and finish this. Try to anyway.
But it only accomplished the opposite. It made us look funny because this guy is just so obsessed and trying to do something that it's absolutely ridiculous. Topaz, what is the end point of all this rant?
Yeah, what's the end point?
Shinobi is going to try.
What's the end point? That it's okay to blackmail everybody and life just goes on? Let's see what the end point is, guys. That's going to be something very educational, I'm sure. Let's hear what he has to say.
Try to attack me and everyone who had anything to do with me. And I did not think that I was going to say this, but I am taking legal action at this point. Because of his harassment, I have lost friends. I have suffered losses in my patronage, which, as it is my only source of income right now, is a little bit devastating. I am not trying to fight with anybody.
Okay. So the end point, he's taking legal action. So first things first, because I caused him to lose Patreon money. First things first, I've never made a single announcement in my development Discord about this guy. I never made a single post anywhere that insinuated for anyone that is currently supplying him patronage to stop patronizing him. Or I don't know if that's even the right word in that sense, but to stop giving him money. I never, ever urged that. And thank you, Archive. Yes, he's saying he's not trying to fight with anybody while he's talking about taking legal action. First things first, man. If you're really serious about that, which this is not something to joke about. Like, I understand that you're a pretty unserious person most of the time. Like, you're really quite the character. But this is not something to joke around about. Because I take the future of my life very seriously. And I will be damned if I'm going to be successfully sued by a man who has left a steaming paper trail of his cybercrimes everywhere that literally everybody knows about. You are ridiculous for even suggesting that that's going to be a potential outlet. And if that ends up being a thing that you genuinely want to waste your money on, then, sir, I will happily countersue you, because you were caught blackmailing somebody verifiably for over 3 years. You've confessed to it I don't know how many times, and honestly, I mean, maybe the authorities do need to be involved. Maybe that's the true end-all be-all of all of this, is maybe it's just going to get more and more ridiculous until I actually do contact some authorities. I don't know, maybe that's... I don't want to have to go that far again over a kid's game, a Disney game, because some loser out there doesn't want to let go of the fact that he's not, like... I don't know. This guy is going to keep attacking me until he is, like, satisfied or reaches some kind of thing that stops him. That's all I know at this point. The dangers of over-obsession and psychology of a megalomaniac is right here. That's this guy. This is literally 27 minutes of him ratting on himself, fully and openly, while hinting that he's done certain things, and also just adding new information, like the nuclear option thing. I have no idea. I had no idea what nuclear option was at all before he spoke about it, and now here it is. So enlighten us some more, Topaz, with your legal action. I'm curious to hear about this. Also, the losing friends thing. I'm not sure how much a thing like that in court is worth. But if you're talking about defamation, I mean, wow, I have so many examples of defamation from you, sir. So if you wanted to play the defamation game, I mean, I can verify everything that I've said is true, and where it hasn't been, I've either retracted my statements or outright edited them or apologized for them. And anything that is true stands. So, anyway, I don't know why anybody's here that doesn't want to listen. I'll just say that much. But we'll go ahead and dive back into the video, and if this guy lies again, we'll just stop him again. 4 more minutes. Jeez.
I just want to sport my life doing what I love in a country that I cannot speak the language of. Because if you're not aware of it, I basically immigrated out of my country because things were going to shit, but I digress. That's a topic for another time.
Quick note, I wish you luck with that, man. It must be hard. But you really shouldn't take it out on your modding community. Thank you very much.
I have made mistakes. I do not deny that. But every time...
Okay, so does he not deny it, or does he actually deny it? Chat, can we get a confirm? Did this guy commit blackmail or not? Can everybody just put a Y or an N in the chat? Here, while I roll the clip of him blackmailing someone. Chat. What happened? Guys, everyone should confirm. All these trolls, I want you to confirm. Did he or did he not blackmail another human being? Bro, please speak to a lawyer. Stare. None of these are yes or no. None of these are yes or no. What else you got? What else? Tell me you want attention without telling me you want attention. GuidingHeart, were you blackmailed or not? Creepa is Creepola. Are you, like, supporting a blackmailer or not? Can we have crickets in chat? I wish. I wish. I could have just disabled all you guys. You guys are leaving great evidence. So, I see that's not something you want to confirm or deny. I wonder why there's such a problem with that. I wonder why no one who is watching can say yes or no. Exactly. Because you know what the answer is. You know what the answer is. The guy that you like blackmailed somebody. Yo, commenter 69. Yes, we are actively support a blackmailer. Now please put the fries in the bag. GuidingHeart, don't give a shit. The past is the past. You can't seem to move on. Child. TBF, the sound is uneven. Bro, you wouldn't believe any answer that isn't what you want to hear. Look at this. Look at this. You just got yes. What do you mean? Sorry, commenter 69. This is a serious issue. You should have been more serious. Am I trolling you now? I think I'm trolling the trolls. I need to quit messing with chat, man. This is not good. Their little fingers are hurting while they cry. A lot of Topaz simps in here, unfortunately, and that's fine. We'll let that replay. It just goes to show exactly what I was saying all along, that, like, dude will literally pull up. Topaz himself was in the chat here earlier. Was in the chat talking smack while he's claiming he's being harassed. That's hilarious. That's really funny. Serious answer. Topaz did not blackmail anyone. You did? That's hilarious. That's funny. You know what? I think we need to correct that statement. I don't think I can let that one slide without a correction. I think we're gonna have to correct that bit of nonsense right there.
And then
Yes.
you were like, yeah, well, I still get a 12 gigabyte folder on him.
Yes.
Hey, what is this? What is this? Stay in your lane. I have a 12.8 gigabyte folder on you. Is that blackmail? Is that blackmail, chat? Topaz is an idiot. That is a statement which I will not, for legal reasons, I will not agree or disagree with publicly. Thank you. Let's see. So is this blackmail, guys? Can we get an answer on this? Can anyone get an answer? Stay in your lane. I have a 12.8 gigabyte folder on you. Any answers? Hey guys, you want to ask ChatGPT? Let's put these words in ChatGPT right now on stream. Let's see what it says. I don't think it's good enough for me to say it. I think something else. I think somewhere else needs to say it. I think we need to find a somewhat unbiased source to just grade these words. Here we go. You guys ready? We're gonna do a little experiment and find out if this is blackmail or not. This is what I get messing with the trolls. Okay, how do I freaking do? Here we go. Okay, let's see the words. I need you to examine a phrase and tell me if it is blackmail or not. And you know what? We'll even just... Okay. And then, I guess, put in the phrase. Stay on your lane. He said on, which is understandable. Because you can be on a lane. That happens. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we got here. What was the next thing this guy freaking said?
Other things, like extortion. Let me start. Yes, of other things, like... Okay, let me... Self-interesting aid...
Are you just saying
No, he has done to me. This includes... trying... Most of it was...
when
and 3...
not 12 you when it's like
Because I had it.
Okay, here's the rest of the quote. One more step out of line. Here, hang on. I think I need to pull up the... I know. Will result in the total eradication of your reputation. I expect you to do better than this, he says. Make sure we put the full quote. No bias. Huh. Shinobi is a misogynist because he accidentally spoke to a woman. That's crazy. Just because the person I said that to happens to be a woman, never mind any of her other behavior. That's crazy. Expect you to do better than this. What else does he say? I will terminate this discussion. Hang on. I will terminate. It feels so silly to retype these words. I will terminate this discussion. I wish not to talk to you whenever possible. Dang, GuidingHeart, you gonna let him talk to you like that? Oh, I'm sorry, that's not funny. That's not funny. It's only funny because of the way you're acting. That's it. But normally, like if it were a normal blackmail victim, it would not be funny at all. Hey, GuidingHeart, you're the one who said it was all good. Yeah, Topaz is talking like he's a mob boss. I literally said it in these screenshots. I literally said he talks like a mob boss in these screenshots. Dude, how is it my alt? I'm literally typing right here, dude. What are you talking about? This guy, dude. You lost that right to speak to him. He took away his talking rights. Bro took away his right to talk to Topaz. That's actually crazy. Let's see what it says, guys. Let's see. Likely extortion blackmail, but depends on jurisdiction. Very likely qualifies as blackmail, extortion, or at minimum a criminal threat or coercion. At minimum. At minimum. Let's go. Because it contains an implied threat to injure your reputation by leveraging private material. Whether it meets the exact statutory elements depends on where you are, but this message is highly suspicious and dangerous. There you go. Who wants to argue with that? Argue with ChatGPT. Take the quote. Take the quote. Take it. And put it in ChatGPT. See what it says. Go on. What does it say? Can anyone get me a lawyer to the actual stream? If Topaz's lawyer is actually watching, I mean, you could always join and explain to me how it's not extortion. But this literally explains everything. So we're gonna go on a little read. Quick legal read. Likely extortion blackmail, but depends on jurisdiction. Why? Element by element. The speaker admits possession of compromising material. I have a 12.8 gigabyte folder on you. That's an allegation of sensitive information in their control. So you see, he made an allegation that he has sensitive material within his control. Do you see? That's what that is. He admits possession of compromising material. 12.8 gigabytes of it. Okay? And in case you need to hear him say that again, here he is, explaining how much he has.
Even remotely make me believe you had a 12 gigabyte folder on
I had about 150 screenshots from Discord and 3 videos from Vlad. Vlad wasn't exactly keen on compressing these
videos
videos.
and 150 screenshots. It's not 12 gigabytes, you fucking retard.
Well, if the
These videos were raw! Raw format!
Why do you say I have 12 gigabytes on you when it's like...
Because I had it!
Because
I had it.
He had it. Because he had it. Because he had it. Do you understand? Because he had it. So, you guys are really silly talking about that he somehow did not blackmail somebody and that I did. That is really silly. Because there's his screenshots, here's his words, and here's what they mean. The speaker threatens harm tied to your behavior. One more step out of line will result in the total eradication of your reputation. A conditional threat to make that harm happen if you don't behave. Which we have another screenshot of Topaz literally saying, in case he doesn't behave. Together, those two are the classic pattern. Classic pattern. Classic pattern. So I don't care how many dumb people might have something to say in chat right now. I really don't care. Together, those two are the classic pattern. I'm no fool for identifying this. You are the fool if you do not see the classic pattern. Okay? This is a blackmail extortion classic pattern. Possession of damaging material plus threat to disclose or otherwise use it to obtain compliance or deter action. The note lacks an implicit monetary demand, but extortion and blackmail can be satisfied by any coercive demand, money, behavior, silence, etc. An implied demand, stay on your lane, stop some behavior, can be sufficient. In this case, he was talking about making sure GuidingHeart behaved in an argument. So anyway, I hear a lot of wham but AI, but I don't see any compelling arguments to actually suggest that it's not blackmail and that what I did is. I don't see anything intelligent in this like chat to suggest anything like that. So you can continue to say what you're going to say. I'm going to go ahead and finish the video. I think I've proven my point, and you know what? Just because I've proven my point, let's go ahead and let this play one more time. I think this is a very important piece of media which properly encapsulates what has happened in this situation.
And then you were like, yeah, well, I still get a 12 gigabyte folder on him.
Yes, of other things, like extorting a girl into a relationship.
What other things you have?
The things that he listed.
Okay,
he's
let me start. Extorting a trans girl into a relationship with threats of killing himself, anti-gay behavior, anti-gay behavior, extremely hateful behavior, coercing a disabled girl into a relationship with threats of killing himself.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that
another
trans
one.
Girl? Are you just saying
no, it's not the same trans girl. Believe me, it's not. I wish it was. Then everything he done to Vlad and everything he has done to me. This includes calling Vlad a gay ass. Sorry, Vlad a gay ass. Trying to expose Vlad's real name onto the internet with hopes of getting him lynched. Most of it was actually raw footage from Vlad. Some of it was from one trans girl.
Anything that would even remotely make me believe you had a 12 gigabyte folder on.
I had about.
Wonder why Vlad's not in the chat. Can anyone get Vlad in the chat? You guys want to try to go get Vlad in the chat? I want to see what he has to say for himself.
150 screenshots from Discord and 3 videos from Vlad. Vlad wasn't exactly keen on compressing these videos.
And 150 screenshots is not 12 gigabytes, you fucking retard.
Well, if the
videos were raw format.
Why do you say I have 12 gigabytes on you when it's like?
Because I had it.
Because it's 2 minutes. Are you stupid? Fucking raw video.
Not just raw video. It was only one raw video.
One raw video and like fucking 12 screenshots, he said.
12?
Yeah, Archive, and you see his people here. So this GuidingHeart guy in the chat is the guy that was being blackmailed. This is the guy that this whole thing started over. He's this guy that I redacted in this video. To look out for him, to look out for his identity, because he doesn't understand even how serious of an issue this is. Either that or he's being blackmailed worse. I don't know what it actually is. But he's just like the last, I don't know if it's been like, basically since I left OpenKH, just totally turned into a Topaz stan. So it is what it is. But he is this guy. He did once come to me with this in his hands in my DMs, and telling me that he has been blackmailed and it's over pedo allegations. He was that man. So while he sits here and talks all confident in my chat, everyone can know that was that man. This was him. He came to me with this. And he can happily leave whenever he likes, and he's choosing to stay and do this to himself. So I honestly don't know why he would self-torment like this, but this must all be very traumatic. And while I can't explain his actions, while I can't explain why he's, felt like hopping in my notification, it's probably like all him if I open this. I don't even know. I know, some likes. Okay, some likes on some comments. But basically everything underneath that is just GuidingHeart. Like, he's definitely going through something mentally. Like, he needs the support of all the other trolls in chat right now. Because I would hate to be this guy myself, personally. But I will just say that, he put himself in this situation. I have him redacted here. I wasn't going to mention him at all, and he is here doing this completely to himself. Not even just today, but over the last few weeks. So, with that being said, let's finish this and then get back into the video.
Oh, are you nuts? It's about 150 to 200 screenshots. Get your facts straight. I have more, don't worry about it.
Yeah, he's got more, don't worry about it. He has more, don't worry about it.
Time, I put Shinobi aside and forget about him. Do my own thing.
Oh, he did, huh? He put me aside. That's why he has done nothing but talk about me and make announcements about me and everything. Look at all my socials. Look at how many announcements I have about him. The one announcement I made on my YouTube, the one post that I made, is one post after everything. All the other stuff this man complains about happened in private, as I was asking other people about him, or as I was coming to him for answers directly, and he had none. So all of this chaos is due to this one individual who, and I will take that back, GuidingHeart. I just want to say, it's not your fault for being blackmailed. But then again, I don't know the truth of what you actually did and what you actually didn't do. So I'm really not anybody to step in and say that you're clear of anything, or that you're, that this might be your performance for that reason, is because maybe you're not clear of everything. In fact, all that stuff that Topaz just listed off about you, he sounded very, very confident. He sounds like he has some evidence to back that up. And I bet that you're hoping that he deletes that all and never brings it back up. And I bet you think that if you do a good enough job here trolling in my chat section, that he's going to just forgive all of that and that's going to go away for you. But the truth is, we've seen messages of Vlad, and Vlad's even saying that he's held some kind of grudge against you for years. It's not how it should be. To have you there in the server, holding a grudge against you actively and holding you under some kind of blackmail and telling you anytime that you say the wrong thing, which is actually the right thing, because you were right in that argument when you stood up for me, and he didn't like that. So he came to you, twisted your arm, and now you're, you came to me. You had a brief moment of clarity where you came to me and you came to others and you let people know what was going on, and we talked about it, and it was horrible, and then you just flipped on it, and now you use this this guise, and I see you're typing now about Christianity, and you use this guise of that meaning that it's okay to forgive all of these horrible people for horrible things. And the fact is, this person does not deserve to be forgiven because he didn't stop for any reason of his own. He stopped because of you, which means someone else might also be vulnerable. He stopped because he feels like you're a good person, supposedly, so if that's the story that I'm to believe. Okay, but that means that the second you turn a bad leaf, he's going to blackmail you again. I have a statement, I have a text from him saying that exact thing. I showed it earlier on stream, where he said if you turn a bad leaf, he's going to break it all out again. So that's still concerning. There could be another guy that comes in that's because here's the thing, he says you put Vlad's name online to try to get him lynched, whatever that even means. I never did anything half that bad. Do you know what I'm saying? If you actually did that, I mean, I don't know the truth, but that's what Topaz says in that clip of you. That's what he says. He says that you, GuidingHeart, in my chats, that you put Vlad's real name on the internet to try to get him lynched. That's one of his many accusations against you. He also has accusations against you that you were, I don't know if it's confusing or mistreating or what it was, but some disabled and or possibly, from what he was saying, trans women. I don't know when this happened, GuidingHeart. That's what I'm saying. Let me play the clip for you, buddy, and this time use your ears to listen to what he's saying about you. Because I don't think you're understanding what he is saying about you. That's crazy. You're okay, so when did this happen? Do you have a dispute all of a sudden? Because he's been saying this for the longest time. The past. Okay, so it's not it doesn't matter that it was the past. Look, man, you had a path forward where we didn't have to discuss like who you were or anything. You could have sat there with all of your sins and secrecy and not cared what anyone else was doing. You didn't do that. What you did instead is decided to make me prove my credibility. You understand that? That means we have to talk about the past. That means we have to talk about what happened. You did that. You're the reason I have to say your name, GuidingHeart. I will say that much. Okay, I didn't have to say your name before. But with you publicly attacking me and acting like what happened didn't happen, I do have to say your name, and I do have to talk about everything that's ever happened, and I do have to show some proof, buddy. And I'm sorry that it turned out that way, because honestly, that's just what you made it into. You were a blackmail victim whistleblower who brought your concerns to me, and I brought your concerns to the higher-ups, and the higher-ups told me to get lost. And you know what you did, GuidingHeart? You got lost. I didn't, man. I know exactly what happened in there. I know what continues to happen in there. And it's dark, it's scary, it's not right. And me saying something about it does not make me the worst person in the world, especially if you've apparently tried to have someone lynched before. Especially if you've been caught taking advantage of disabled women before. As you want to sit here and call me a misogynist for accidentally misspeaking to a woman. GuidingHeart, are you a misogynist? Tell me in chat right now, are you a misogynist? For the way that you apparently, according to Topaz, abused... Don't tell me it's called being a Christian. Everybody sees this. Chat replay is a thing, by the way. It's gonna replay all of this. It's called being a Christian. That's your best explanation? For everything I just said? What about now? What about here as you attack me on Halloween? As I post a Halloween trailer, right? As I post a Halloween trailer and you're here in my notifications to tell me, Happy Halloween to the most hated modder ever. How is that Christian behavior, GuidingHeart? Let's see where it is. Let's find it. Let's find where it went. Here it is. Happy Halloween to the most hated modder in the community. Is that Christian? Is that Christian of you, GuidingHeart? A couple days ago? Or did you just get rebaptized? What's happening here? Because this can't be the remarks of a Christian. To go out of their way to let me know that I'm the most hated modder in the community on a holiday that we're supposed to be celebrating together as a community. You are something else to be sitting here saying that you forgive all and any because you're a Christian, and you can't forgive me for disclosing what happened? For just talking about the truth, you can't forgive me? That's not a Christian. And that's all I'll say. I'm not going to get too much into faith or spirituality or religion, but I will say you're not going to come in here and use the morality of other people that have done good to try to bolster yourself up, because you have not done good, sir. You have, according to the higher-ups, if we're to respect everyone at OpenKH, the higher-ups say that you have a long track record with you and that you are worthy of being blackmailed. That's what they say about you. Okay, that they want to keep you in their server and continue to blackmail you, and anytime you say something that goes out of turn, they want to come in your DMs and tell you to stay in your lane. Okay, that's what OpenKH is fine with. That's what happened to you, in case you forgot when you came to me with your DMs. So, stop rambling. I'm going to stop even looking at this nonsense pretend stuff going on in the chat with this moral high ground stuff. But we have a Christian that, if we're listening to Topaz, and Topaz is telling the truth about everything that happened, has done all these horrible things, and deserves to be forgiven, everybody. That's their message as they're here to hate me and tell you all that they deserve to be forgiven. And I wasn't going to talk about any of it until they showed up to attack me, likely at the command of the person blackmailing them. But here we go.
He comes back, he harasses the shit out of me and all of my other friends and everyone that has associations with me, and decides to just try and ruin my life. This obsessive behavior is not...
I'm not trying to ruin your life. I'm trying to inform a community. That's all that needs to happen here. You can do whatever you want with your life. If you're successful after this, if everybody can forgive a blackmailer, if everyone can find that in their heart, then good on you, sir. You keep doing your thing. I'll keep doing mine. But in the meantime, it actually seems like the one that's conspired against me to pop up in numerous places and numerous platforms and numerous servers of a single platform even. It seems like you're the one conspiring to try to ruin me. And I won't say you're trying to ruin my life, but now you're talking about legal action, which makes it sound like that's literally what you're trying to do. So the guy that's talking about taking a Disney game into legal jeopardy is now talking about who is trying to destroy who else's life. It doesn't get any more comedic than this. I'm going to go ahead and press continue.
Not good for you, Shinobi. You should get out, touch some grass, get a girlfriend maybe, I don't know. Anything to let you off my back. And I have told him, straight on, I will take everything I said about you back, if you leave me alone.
Oh, there it is. He just confessed to it here too. That was a new funny way of phrasing it. He said he'd take everything he said about me back if I left him alone. It's a new funny way of phrasing it. It's basically the same deal that he made me before, which is stop talking about the blackmailing, and he'll take away everything that he said. He'll make all the pain go away. He'll go back to Refind, and he'll contact all 20 of the people that he has monitoring for anything me to be anti-me at, and he'll tell them all to stop. He'll draw them all back. He's in control of this big misinformation machine that he'll happily dismiss. He'll get the goons out of my chat reply if I just stop talking about him. But you know what, guys? That's not what we're going to do, because I'm not a coward like many of the cowards that I've encountered during this situation. I'm going to give you guys a full, honest, true documentation of every single thing that happened and how it led up to here. It'll be much shorter than this. It'll probably be like a 45-minute video, somewhat documentary style. And this video releasing, I did already download it, so there's no deleting it. This is going to be great source material for that, because there are so many blatant, obvious, easily disprovable lies in here that are going to make great video content. And I can't believe that he actually went out and dropped this so close to when I was about to release my video. I have 2 videos to release this month. One will be for the 2nd anniversary of the project, and one will be about the ongoing situation. I have tried not to let it affect development, but it might. For example, tonight we're taking development off, but let's go ahead and continue this. See where else he wants to go in a minute or 2, 3 minutes, a couple minutes.
He said, "Lol, loser, I am going to ruin my life." Well, try and do it now, because I am officially, from this moment on, taking legal action against you. For all of your harassments, for all of your defamations, for everything you have said, for everything you have done, and every single breath you have taken. I am taking legal action.
Okay.
This is not a threat, this is a promise. You can stop it. You can leave me alone. I know you will watch this video. I hope you do.
Did you hear that, everyone? So he says he's taking legal action unless I leave him alone. Okay? Now, when someone says these kinds of horrible things about you, it is logical to respond. Okay? What is not logical is if you are harassed to then show up in the chat reply and start talking a bunch of hooey like you were earlier. So I think he's very clearly proven that he is not being harassed. Okay? And I will tell you this much. This video is staying up, and there will be exactly one more video to cover what has happened. And if there is some big crazy misinformation bomb that drops afterward, then I will once again correct that. I am not going to let misinformation win. We can talk about defamation, which is exactly what Topaz and his refined affiliates have been up to this whole time. That is defamation. When you sit there and you call me an anti-Semite, that's defamation. That is completely baseless. You got that from nowhere. That is literally invented. When you tell me that I've stolen something again and again, even after you've, on voice recording, told me you would be willing to take it back because you know it's not true. Like, that's the thing about what he just said here, too, is he feels it's so important to take legal action, but only if he doesn't have the last word. Well, I don't care. You can take the last word in your own little echo chamber. This is my first time speaking about it on this channel, and we're going to speak about it. We're going to be very transparent about it. And if you don't like it, don't blackmail people. And that's it. That's all I have to say. I've been transparent with people about it. I have nothing to hide. You can ask me any question. We went over every single piece of evidence of me being mean or whatever he was trying to prove in this video. We went over all of it. I have nothing to hide. I have nothing to hide. This guy has something to hide, which is why he doesn't want anybody talking about it, which is why OpenKH leadership doesn't want anybody talking about it. Okay, and my second channel, that was a test. That's actually going to get used for other stuff. I'm going to post other mods and stuff on there. But that was another place that I did in fact post a video to see if posting something like that, despite his complaints, could be taken down. And the fact YouTube isn't even willing to copyright strike it, good luck making a case that you were somehow recorded against your will. Same here, you published this on YouTube, by the way, so when I use this in the future, you cannot tell me that this was not provided by you or not consented to, and your idea of the way consent works and who has to consent to recording is a bit skewed. You sat in a 3-hour conversation after discussing consent on the way in. So, quite frankly, is what it is. Let's go ahead and finish the video. Maybe we'll get out of here in under 5 hours.
And I hope you seek help, because this is unhealthy. I would like to
I hope the same for you, my friend. Honest to God.
apologize everyone that I have wronged thus far. And I would like to apologize everybody in KH Refined. You guys did not deserve such treatment from him. And I'm signing off to say, I hope you get help, Shinobi. You're a smart kid.
Thank you, SEJ. You summed it up perfectly. Like, we have the smart people in the room. The smart people in the room don't look at blackmail and turn around and close their eyes to it. Well, they can be if they're like smart and bad, but like, it's very obvious to smart people when they're being manipulated. When people are saying manipulative things that are obviously not true, when they're trying to confuse everything and shut everything down and prevent people from talking about things, it's very obvious to people with common sense, just like you said. And so I'm confident that many of the people that support me are going to continue to support me. And I'm confident that people that support him, there's going to be one or two at least that might think twice about continuing that, given the full context of everything, which is what he wants to prevent from coming out. So, that's not necessarily my end goal. Everyone's going to have to make their own choice. And yeah, I appreciate the advice about not wanting to talk about it, and the fact that it's like it can be kind of embarrassing. Honestly, I had a lot of thoughts about whether or not to talk about it, but you know what? It needs to be talked about. This cannot sit here unanswered, that's for sure. So the fact that this happened is it's got to be responded to. I mean, I could let it sit here with projected, I don't know how many views it's going to get, but like I could let it sit here and be unfair to everybody that's following me and everybody that's been supporting me, and it would just make me look more guilty. And unfortunately, while I've had a lot of stuff in development, and while I've had a really complex situation to explain, I haven't had time to untangle this knot publicly, and I haven't had time to really explain to the general people, like the general audience that I have, exactly what's been going on behind the scenes. But I have sorry, I lost my train of thought a little bit. What was I trying to say? Sorry, I was reading the chat. I was in a community that had a guy like Topaz. This is all they have, man. Yeah, no, I agree. Honestly, I fully agree. Like, I think outside of Refind and maybe OpenKH, due to, unfortunately, the influence that he has in there, that's really the extent of his reach, man. That's the extent of how far anything ever goes with this guy. Is he gets mad and will announce something to Refind, and then they run around with it and blow it up and act like it's the worst thing in the world and take it to all the other servers, and it's like a little cult. It really is like a little cult. Like, I have documented the way this has gone, and when you look at it from that kind of lens, it is really concerning, actually, and we're going to get more into that in the video. But like you said, anybody with a set of good eyes sees this. This is all so theatric. He is literally a cartoon character, just performing, literally performing to save face, when what he should have done a long time ago is admitted that blackmail is a bad thing and apologized for it. And honestly, if he had done that, I wouldn't have enough worry left in my own heart that I feel the need to say something publicly. I could say, you know what, he's changed as a person, but he hasn't. The truth is, if GuidingHeart was going to be mad, if GuidingHeart was going to be a bad person again, then he would go back to it. He's his own chat said the same thing before already. So he said, if GuidingHeart turns a bad leaf, at least I'll have something. Those are his exact words. So he still wants to. I don't know. Nothing about him has changed. Nothing about the mentality of it has changed. And therefore, there's still a problem. It could be anyone. It could be literally any member of OpenKH, any member of Refind. It could be any member of the modding community who's just starting modding today and moves into a community like either of those, and unfortunately comes across a guy like that who's going to wait till they do something wrong, keep track of it, put it in a folder, try to put pressure on them and hold them down for years, doing whatever it is they say, and coming to them and telling them, that they're going to face eradication of their reputation and everything else. It makes me sick. It really does make me sick, and I'm sorry. I thought about the impact this has on my channel. I really don't want anything like this on my channel, even if it is just a live stream, even if it is just, not part of my main feed. I'm going to have to put something in my main feed, and it's been a big decision. It's been a hard decision. It's been a lot of thinking and trying to figure out exactly what my responsibilities are, but I just think about letting this go. I think about saying nothing, and that worries me, specifically because I know that someone like this still exists in the community. There are multiple people who still exist like this in the community, who have no problem blackmailing somebody and trying to control their behavior, or worse, extort money out of them. Some people get blackmailed with much worse materials. It's a really serious issue, and so to act like, oh, it's nothing because it happened in a Kingdom Hearts community, that's crazy. This is a Kingdom Hearts community, but first and foremost, that means we need to protect all of the children and vulnerable adults that there are in this community, and there's a lot of them. We are a Disney kids game, and it's unfortunately the people that end up here like late in their age, or we usually share the same obsession. So it's like, we all want to feel like we're part of something, and users like this in those kind of communities are especially dangerous because they take hold of what really matters to a person. Like, you can see GuidingHeart when he was blackmailed, and the way that he immediately fell in line and, even tried to reason with him. I think he said something like, "I pray one day your darkness will extinguish," or something like that. It was something like that. But anyway, thank you, trolls, for keeping a steady stream of I'm just proving my point. We're gonna go ahead and, I guess, let this psycho liar finish.
You really are. But considering what you're doing, spending your time trying to dig my grave instead of focusing on your projects, is really unethical of you.
And let me just say, I think he has that the other way around. Actually, Day's Final Mix has made way more progress in the last year than Refined has. I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe we don't have all the same project capabilities, and I don't want to get into all that because, of course, he's using different methods to achieve those. But to say that I haven't been focusing on my project is crazy, when actually I've been the one logged off of OpenKH going into the zone for the last year. He has been, on the other hand, running around and socializing, trying to keep his own head above water because people are finding out that he's a blackmailing piece of garbage. So, I don't have any sympathy for those remarks, and him saying that I'm not focusing on my project is crazy. I think that's a very good reflection of how he may be feeling inside, is that he is focusing on trying to ruin me and not focusing on his project. Because honestly, I have tuned 90% of this out. Like, I'll document it, and then I usually just delete it and move on. And that's gotten us to where we are now. So now I just have a lot of explaining to do, and we end up on a 5-hour-long stream. But so yeah, GuidingHeart, I see you say I have no self-control. This is the first time I actually spoke about things, so I have actually had a great deal of self-control, and like I said, a great deal of thinking went into this, and still does. There's going to be a proper addressing of this. This is for anyone with questions. I think anybody that honestly has a question can come here, watch this stream, and get their question answered. It is really that simple. I think all points have been proven, but I do think at the broader scale, the community needs to be made aware in video form of everything that is going on. So we will be doing that. Anyway, here we go.
You want to prove you're better than me? Prove me wrong.
I actually don't, but okay.
You can prove me wrong. Do your projects. Do everything that you want to do. Make your projects actually good.
I really don't care to. I don't care what he thinks about it, and I don't care at all about trying to do better than him. I think he's actually the one still hung up on that because maybe this is some kind of internal reflection coming out, but yeah. Anyway.
Instead of broken piles of files. And prove me wrong. Prove that you're better than me. I would be proud of the day that you do. But it seems that day will never come because you're obsessed over me.
That's wild, dude. That's actually wild. So he called my projects broken piles of files, which is hilarious. Yeah, exactly. The guy who said he's gonna sue me is 1 minute later acting like he's a nice guy and giving me advice in my best interest. It's psychopathic, man. Like, it's actually nuts. Like, if you just sit back and look at it from like watch this guy's behavior kind of lens, it's actually crazy. It is really, really concerning. And when you see how much of it he's been up to over the last 8 or 9 years, because he's been modding for that long, and apparently he was around since right before OpenKH became a thing, and they were on Skype together and whatever. And like, if you heard about like just some of the things that have gone down from that time until now, like, it's crazy. Like, these guys are genuinely, like, they make Kingdom Hearts mods, but they're not all great people. There's been people that have like nuked each other's computers before, and like just done some really crazy stuff throughout the community. That's why it's like, you see the rap I'm getting for simply talking about the fact that Blackmail exists, but like, these guys are like nuts. Like, these guys have literally hacked into each other's computers before. I've never done anything like that. I don't threaten anybody like that. I don't do anything like that. I don't try to find anyone's IRL information. I don't dox anybody. That's crazy. But that's exactly like what these guys have been getting down with. Like, not necessarily this one specific guy that we're talking about now, but like in the community, it's happened. People have written malware into tools, according to Topaz himself. Not saying that he did it, but he's saying that someone else has done that before. There's been some ridiculous things that have happened in this little Disney game community, and as someone that's only been here for like not even 2 years, 2 years and 4 days, in 4 days it will be 2 years. It's baffling to hear about just like some of the, like, it's like cartoonish level stuff that has happened, and some of these guys in this community are like really depressed people that like cling to only the community. They have, not much else, and there are some people that take that depression to extreme levels where they will look right past Blackmail and they will be the loyal troll for the 10 clout points that gets them back on their server, while they look up from their screens and their life is going to crap. I've met these kind of guys before, and it's sad. But it's also, what's sadder is that it's infested its way to the top of what used to be like a notable Kingdom Hearts modding community, and it's unfortunate because if this stuff ever shows up, it shouldn't be anywhere near the top. We shouldn't have the leader of the server sending people in the server Blackmail to sit on and be like their little Blackmail agent. Like, that's so weird and so messed up. Like, I don't do that with anyone in my servers. I don't blackmail anybody that associates with me. If I want someone to do something, I ask, I don't tell them their reputation's gonna be annihilated. Okay, in the one instance where I told Topaz, dude, drop your stuff or I'm gonna drop it. Like, that was the only time I have ever told somebody to do something, and that was giving him a preemptive chance to fix his own wrongdoing. So that's not. It's not like I made demands. It's not like I said, "Yeah, don't argue with that guy," or "I'm gonna do this," or "Don't do this," or "I'm gonna do that." I never did any of that. It was his claim of trying to twist it into blackmail of his own is nuts. Uh, but anyway, I'm getting like way off topic. What you should know is that the morality in this community is not that of like the morality of what you'd expect. Like especially being a Kingdom Hearts game where, we're supposed to uphold principles of light and friendliness and happiness and there's some behavior that happens that really makes you question if this is that community at all. And this is kind of some of that behavior where someone's being told to stay in there. I can't even quote him again. I'm gonna laugh at the like Neville Papperman vibe that it gives me. It gives me like I've told a couple people that it's like the guy professionally does blackmail. Like I don't know if you were around on the stream earlier, whoever's on now and SCJ, but I showed screenshots of when he blackmailed me for looking into it. He told me to mind my own business or he'd post my DMs on YouTube, which is what he's doing now. Like, this was his final boss move. This was his desperation move. Was to post my DMs on YouTube and say Shinobi mean. Stay on your lane. Yes, exactly. I won't make fun of him for that because English is his second language. I'm sure he meant in. And he could have even just mistyped it. His English is actually really good. Yeah, telling someone to stop arguing with him or he's gonna eradicate their reputation is crazy. Like I don't know. It was crazy the day it happened. It was crazy the day he came back. It was crazy the day I left. It's still crazy to me a year later. So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and let this finish.
Please, get some help. And if any of you guys are thinking...
I'm sorry. It just reminded me of the Michael Jordan. Stop it. Get some help. I can't. I'm sorry.
About sporting Shinobi in the future, just know that every sport that you show towards him, whether it be a like, whether it be a comment, whether it be anything, is directly hurting me. If you want to hurt me, go support him.
This is, I want to say, blatantly not true. Although there may be an element of it that could possibly become true over time, because I am speaking about his behavior, and so thus the more views I get, yeah, the worse that's going to suck for him, is that more people are going to find out about his blackmail, the more people tune into my stuff. But I will also say that, like, beyond this one incident, if he does ever reconcile with, like, what's right and wrong and stops blackmailing people, he's free to live his own life. I'm not watching for the next thing he does bad. I don't care what he's doing right now. This is just about what has already happened, and it hasn't been spoken about, so we're speaking about it. And so that's why he's saying if you support him, it hurts me, which is kind of crazy. That's actually a wild way to think about it, but I mean, it really doesn't have to be that way. It didn't have to be that way, and a lot of this could have been solved a very, very, very long time ago. A lot of people have made a lot of really bad choices to get all the way here, where unfortunately we have to talk about the leadership of a community, the leadership of two communities, Refined and OpenKH, choosing to do the wrong thing in the face of obvious proof. When there's a lot of smart guys in the room, we all see what's happening here. We all see this guy having blackmailed the other guy for 4 years. And we're, looking at this, and everyone's kind of wondering, like, yeah, do I see it? Is it like, is that did that really happen? And it's, yes, it happened. The guy has been blackmailing the other guy for 4 years. And we just, it's a situation that, like, I didn't even know how to talk about when it first happened, because I'm like, I don't want to be the guy. I don't want to be, you know, the community guy that has to go forth and say this when I have nothing under my belt but my project that's been alive for 2 years, modding wise. And, like, most modders don't want to touch it because they know that the, like, top dog is in on it. You have a lot of stages to go through before you're even ready to talk about it publicly. And I really just decided I was ready to talk about it publicly after seeing how insane the attacks were on me in July. And he made it obvious that he knew I knew something, and he didn't care whether I was talking about it publicly or not, because I wasn't talking about it publicly then. And look at all the things he said. Look at all the things he did. You know, telling people that I've stolen things and starting a whole misinformation campaigns about me, and getting tens of other users in on it. It's just I think it defines perfectly what his title says: the dangers of over obsession and psychology of a megalomaniac. It's literally this guy. He eats, sleeps, and breathes Kingdom Hearts and Kingdom Hearts 2 modding. And I'd like to say that I'm somewhat similar in that regard, but this guy is, like, to the extent that, like, he is putting so much time in on this. I don't know how he's put time in on anything else. I genuinely am baffled at, like, the amount of, like me keeping a social life is difficult. Me even keeping in touch with a few users on Discord every day is difficult. I don't even keep in touch with a few users every day. I keep in touch with, like, one user every couple days and another user every couple days. Like, I could not imagine the busy life of a psychopath where you have to be constantly running around, socializing with people, plotting comment wars or whatever it is you're setting up in your nuclear option hate server, whatever you've got going on. Like, you have some weird stuff going on, dude. And again, I'm not saying that directly. I'm saying that in observance here. Some very weird stuff going on. Like, stuff that normal people don't do. Normal people are not part of a nuclear option group. Normal people are not making hate servers. Normal people do not feel it's their duty to blackmail GuidingHeart because he's so bad that you have to keep him in the server and blackmail him. That's not a normal thing. It's not normal. None of it's normal. And I am tired of being treated like I've mysteriously done something wrong for looking into the fact that this has been a thing that's gone on. And anyway, I'm going to go ahead and just continue the video. I went off on another tangent there. We did not.
But if you don't, then don't. Thanks for watching, I guess. I didn't want to make this video, but I had to. Shinobi is not a stable person. And this, everything I've shown here, is just scratching the surface of what he has done. Let it end here.
Really?
Please.
Scratching the surface. I would love to see what else I have ever possibly done. Because as far as I know, he pulled out, like the crazy stuff. Like, the stuff I didn't want to talk about because it's not even relevant. Again, I have nothing to hide. I have no problem talking about this stuff. But, like, he's pulled out, like, total lies that are based on, like, the most irrelevant half-truth. And I had to go in depth on all of these just, like, irrelevant things that I didn't even want to talk about. Because he is purposely driving confusion by talking about, like, brought up KH Omega. KH Omega's in here, didn't even want to be brought up. Like, I feel awful for KH Omega over that, because we did find resolution, and I'm still probably not going to put them in the full video, and it sucks that this is even going to be up, because it has to keep record somehow.